940 Counterattack, unedited chapter. Your Majesty, saluted Su Shi and Feng Heng, and Wang Wei nodded to them. The two watched them, each feeling somewhat lost. The intruder's strength was on par with them, but the Heavenly Emperor defeated him only using his aura. In other words, their fate would not be much different if they ever confronted the latter. The two knew the Heavenly Emperor's strength. After all, they guess his strength based on the terror they feel whenever they think of confronting him. However, they did not know exactly how powerful he was until now. No, even now, they do not know the limit to his power. I called you to make a deal, said Wang Wei directly. I want you to attack someone along with his faction. In exchange, I will give you each the merit to increase your cultivation by 1% of the Grand Dao source. The two immediately frowned. The offer was tempting. After all, cultivating in their realm was extremely difficult, and even an increase of 1% is harder than cultivating from a mortal to the Quasi-Emperor realm. Currently, both Su Shi and Feng Heng's base cultivation was 21% Grand Dao source. Since the first court meeting, each increased their cultivation by 1%, and such progress was extremely fast by any standard. They achieved this result due to many factors, such as the merit from the court, the blessing from heaven and earth as gods, their Dao discussion after the second meeting, the increase of soul power after the exchange with the Emperor, and their use of time formation. Su Shi's main Dao is time, so she can work with the Dao ancestors from the academy that cultivated Array Dao. Meanwhile, Feng Heng has the past, present, future Buddha scroll as an aid. Only with all these boosts did they achieve an increase of 1% in their cultivation in a little over 1,000 years. However, despite the benefits, they felt something was wrong, so they did not immediately agree. Your Majesty, why aren't you attacking them yourselves or using members of your sect? I'm sending you to gather information, replied Wang Wei, deciding that telling the truth was the best course of action in this situation. My intuition tells me something in that world can pose a threat to me, so I want to send you two to gather information. Your Majesty? I know what you want to say, said Wang Wei. I'm not sending you to your death. I will give you a talisman with my strength. You can use it to deal with the situation or run away if dangers arise. Furthermore, I will also take action to save you. The two became quiet, calculating the risks involved. Your Majesty, this poor monk wants to know what exactly can hurt you in that world. Wang Wei looked at him. It's a broken Empyrean artifact. Such news would be best to remain unknown. However, he did not care. If he wished to hide some information, he could wipe it from people's minds or even directly erase it from the annals of history. Of course, he revealed such information directly because it was not truly his main worry. He felt something odd with the Spirit Genesis sect, especially He-She. So, he did not rush to destroy them and chose this way to test the water first. Su Shi and Feng Heng became quiet again. At their cultivation level, they knew plenty of secrets of heaven and earth, so they knew how powerful Empyreans were. They could guess how terrible an artifact of such a level would be, even a broken one. You don't need to worry too much about the artifact. True heavenly Dao limits its power because of the balance mechanism. Wang Wei suddenly paused. Well, you might need to worry about it. To balance my presence, true heavenly Dao has probably lowered the restrictions on its usage. What sect do you want to attack? How powerful are they? How powerful is the target? Asked Su Shi, the Spirit Genesis sect from the Battle Spirit world. Their sect is very powerful and they have two immortal sovereigns. However, one of them is injured, so you only need to worry about one of them. As for He-She, I don't know how powerful he is. Every time Wang Wei tried to deduce information about him, a terrifying aura blocked his power, so he guessed He-She's body was somewhat infected by the Empyrean artifact's aura. My guess is he won't be much different than you two. If he is indeed too powerful, you can directly use my talisman to deal with him. The two pondered for a moment before Feng Heng said, This mission seemed a little too dangerous for the poor monk. Wang Wei glanced at this shameless monk. Final offer. Merit for 2% increase in Grand Dao Source, 3 Emperor Soul Pill, and 1 Grand Dao Enlightening Pill, each. Make it 5 Emperor Soul Pill and 3 Grand Dao Enlightening Pill, and we have a deal, argued Su Shi. Anyway, After dealing with the Tao burial ground, you won't lack the material for these pills. Fine, but you must do your best and push him to reveal his trump card. Furthermore, you must do your best to keep the battle in their territory, causing as much damage as possible. A ruthless light flashed in his eyes. He knew such a plan would cause mass casualties amongst the mortals living in the Spirit Genesis sect, but he did not care. These mortals provided luck and destiny to the Genesis sect, so their destruction could also weaken them. My hand is already stained, so there is no need to care about a few more red spots, thought Wang Wei. Feng Hang appeared conflicted after hearing these conditions, but only sighed and muttered, Amit Ba. He chanted a few prayers and did not say another word. Do you want me to sign a contract? Asked Wang Wei. There is no need. We believe your words, said Su Shi. In that case, let's fine-tune the plan, nodded Wang Wei, who spent the next half hour talking to these two. Afterward, Su Shi and Feng Hang returned to their factions after taking the talismans from Wang Wei. Meanwhile, the mighty heavenly emperor looked in the distance, his eyes ignoring the very concept of space. He used his divine sense to send a message to someone countless world communities away. Finally, his projection dispersed, waiting for the plan to begin. The world immediately entered a state of quiet. No one knew what these three almighty beings discussed, but they had a hunch something big was about to happen. Sea Race, Baishi Clan, Ao Shin watched the three discuss something in the sky before dispersing. He clenched his hands, almost forcing his nail to pierce his skin. Is it because I'm not an emperor? Unwillingness flashed in his eyes before returning to his focused state. I need to hurry. His previous plan was to use subtle and diplomatic ways to get what he wanted. Now, he no longer wanted to wait. The Sea Race, Ancient Clan, and Sword-Casting Villa wondered what was going on and whether there were benefits to gain. It's obvious that eternal strength is the requirement for what's coming, but they wondered why the Heavenly Emperor did not choose them. Is it because he only wanted emperors, or does he look down on them? A person like the Heavenly Emperor has too much influence. His thoughts, ideologies, and beliefs can greatly influence the world. Even a passing joke he made could greatly change the world for the better or worse. As such, many people began to overthink, letting their minds run wild. However, Wang Wei did not know what was going on, nor did he care. His focus was only on what was about to happen in the battle spirit world. After handling things back in their sect, Su Shi and Feng Hang departed to the battle spirit world community. It would have taken them a few hours to arrive at their destination due to their strength and the far distance of the community relative to the Myriad Emperor world. However, Wang Wei directly teleported them inside the battle spirit world while hiding their tracks. He did not want the Chi Luck Dragon of the Spirit Genesis sect to detect its faction was about to experience a catastrophe. He also did not want Hishi's sixth sense to warn him of the upcoming attack, so Wang Wei directly acted and hid the track of these people. Luckily, things proceeded smoothly after his carefulness. Then, according to the plan, Feng Hang hid while Su Shi directly attacked. A towering hand containing the power of time descended on a beautiful palace at the very center of the entire plain. Who dares? Roared a voice before a young man appeared above the sect, Hishi. He was dressed in black and gold, with a noble and mighty temperament. Damn it, I'm too late, he thought as he activated the sect's arrays. His actions protected most of the sect, but some of the powers will still pass in. Furthermore, he did not have time to protect the surroundings, meaning anything or anyone not in the scope of the formation would be annihilated. 941 Battle of Eternals. Damn it, I've been tricked, cursed Hishi internally as he saw countless magical circles appearing above the sect. The attack's real purpose was not to create as much damage as possible but to place a seal that prevented other people from coming to help him. The worst thing about this situation is that he will have to take even longer than necessary to activate the 4-symbol mirror. Hishi glanced at his adversary with intense killing intent. What a beautiful woman, was the first thought that flashed in his mind. However, his killing intent did not diminish in the slightest. Who are you? Asked Hishi with terrible coldness emanating from his body. I have never met you, so we should not have any animosity. He could sense the aura of an eternal from this woman. More importantly, the latter's strength made him take this battle seriously. Your Spirit Genesis sect has offended so many people, so are you surprised that some random individual attacked you? Said Su Shi in her angelic voice. Most of the information he received from this sect originated from the Heavenly Emperor. However, she did not take things at face value and made a judgment solely based on the latter's words. In this brief encounter, she used the power of time to glance at the past of this world and saw how the Spirit Genesis sect usually acted, prideful and domineering. They made the fact they were the strongest sect in the lower dimension their only identity and personality. She frowned after hearing what she said. It's true their sect offended many people, but most factions do not dare retaliate against them. Furthermore, they usually do things in the shadows, so people often suspect it's them, but they have no proof. You're making a mistake, but there is still time to turn back. Don't wait until things get worse and your actions are irreparable. Your tone of superiority is disgusting, said Su Shi with a sneer. Then, she no longer wasted any time with this person and rushed forward. The power of time enveloped her feet, and she instantly appeared next to He. It was like she was always there in the first place. She clenched her beautiful hand and punched him in the face. Boom! He took a dozen steps in the void before stopping. His face had no injury, not even a scratch. His body is on par with me, analyzed Su Shi. When she was in the Saint Realm, she realized the creator of the primordial chaos art was very young when creating this version, and the latter was probably not as talented as her. So, she decided to improve the technique. After spending years studying divine runes, she optimized the immortal aperture realm of the technique, raising the lower limit of the technique from granting 3-leaf battle strength to 9-leaf. Alas, she did not have the time to cultivate the immortal aperture, so Su Shi did not reach 9-leaf before proving the Tao. However, afterward, not only did she finish cultivating her immortal aperture, but she also created the Tao aperture realm of this technique. Currently, her strength is 94 primordial dragon force, and once she finishes the Tao aperture, her strength should have entered the 4th realm of the true power Tao realm and achieved battle prowess equal to Tao ancestors with only her flesh. Afterward, she has to focus on creating and cultivating the chaos aperture, which should be enough for her until she opens the gate of power. As for the final realm of primordial aperture, Su Shi plans to create this stage after ascending and learning more about the world. She might come into contact with the original creator of the primordial chaos art, exchange ideas, and compare which scripture is better. He looked at the woman before him, surprise flashing in his eyes. The Tao of Time? He immediately knew this battle would be more intense. Anyone who can prove the Tao with any of the outlaw Taos should not be underestimated, especially one who became an eternal emperor. He no longer hesitated as he awakened his Tao body. Red markings appeared on his face before trailing down to his upper chest, and his pupil and hair turned golden, releasing a terrifying battle intent. A gold and silver armor appeared around his body, covering every part of his body except the head. He raised his hand, and a pure black halberd materialized in his hand. Su Shi's eyes squinted after seeing her opponent's armor and weapon. She could tell it was the latter's proving Tao artifact, but she focused on it because of the hidden fearful aura she sensed. After the latter awakening, Su Shi sensed he only achieved a grand Tao boost of 3%, but the latter's Emperor artifact gave a 10% grand Tao boost. How is that possible? She doubted even the Heavenly Emperor's artifact could not be this powerful. Suddenly, she thought of something. Did he use the power of the broken Empyrean artifact to refine and temper his proving Tao artifact? She immediately analyzed the pros and cons of this method. The pros are obvious, creating such a powerful weapon that every emperor would be envious. However, there is also a con. The Empyrean artifact should contain the grand Tao source of its owner. If not careful, other lesser or weaker artifacts could be contaminated by the latter's Tao, rendering them useless. Su Shi did not waste time as she also awakened her Tao body. A cloud-like shawl floated above her head while the two ends embraced her body. In an instant, she became more divine and noble, just like an immortal goddess descending to the world of mortals. She raised her hand, and a small cauldron or pot floated above her palm, releasing the terrifying power of primordial chaos. Splitting the heaven, she rushed toward his opponent, dropping his halberd with all his might. A terrifying power capable of splitting the entire world emanated from the weapon as it dropped down with unparalleled momentum. Power Dao? No, it should be Battle Dao that uses resonance to control Force Dao. Su Shi controlled her myriad Dao pot, making it grow to the size of a normal cauldron. The pot released a gray fog that stood before the mighty halberd. Following the clash, nothing happened. There was no loud sound, no energy or force releases, or any effect on the surrounding space. It was like the weapon landed on a sack of cotton or clouds. The fog absorbed all the attack. Weapon 10%, Awakening 3%, Dao Will 2%, for an overall strength of 35, analyzed Su Shi. There is still the possibility of his soul, other source technique, or using some method to elevate the strength of his fleshly body. Only in the infant fiend god force could the body grant any grand Dao boost, and based on their first confrontation, Su Shi knew his opponent was not there. However, she did not immediately rule out the possibility. Endless blade of time, thousands of swords appeared above the sky, each glowing with the power of time. They descended on Shi faster than he could blink, think, or react. They skipped time and directly attacked a few seconds into the future, where he was unprepared and could not notice anything. Luckily, Shi's main Dao is Battle Dao, so the thing he lacked most was battle IQ or experience. His halberd spun in a circular motion, blocking any swords that came close to him. Then, Shi's face changed as he stopped his actions and proceeded to evade instead. Great intuition, thought Su Shi. Her actions were only a trick, hiding her real objective. She wanted to revert the time on her opponent's artifact to the period before it became so powerful. Alas, Shi noticed, stopped blocking the swords of time, and evaded instead. It doesn't matter that he evades since I accomplished one of my objectives. Shi can evade her attack, but the same cannot be said for the area. The Spirit Genesis sect was mostly intact due to their sect's protective array, but the land beyond their protection was devastated by this one attack. Su Shi could hear the sound of something crying in agony and anger, followed by a sense of rejection between heaven and earth. She knew it was heavenly Dao's hatred for her actions. Unfortunately, the latter is powerless to do anything about it. Weakness is the original sin, thought Su Shi, a lesson she learned the hard way as she helplessly watched her husband dying in her arms. Supreme Divine Thunder Punishment. Shi used his halberd as a spear, rushing toward his opponent with a stabbing motion. Purple lightning and thunder surrounded him, annihilating everything in its path. Su Shi discovered this attack had the attribute of divine punishment thunder, meaning it could not be evaded. She did not panic, releasing more gray fog from the pot. It swallowed it without much effort as soon as it came into contact with this potent thunder. All things returned to chaos, muttered Shi, who immediately figured out what had happened. He wanted to distance himself from his opponent without hesitation, but it was too late. A sword made out of the same fog had materialized in Su Shi's hand, and she slashed him. (942) Battle of Eternals. 2. Su Shi's swords should have returned Shi to a state of chaos, similar to the universe's beginning. However, this was not what happened. He used a technique to rebound the attack, almost injuring Su Shi with her own attack. Luckily, she had tremendous control over her Dao, taking advantage while they were in close proximity and the fact she was distracted dealing with his rebound. Shi headbutted her. His head amassed infinite mass and density to the point it could even destroy conceptual beings like eternal great emperors. Boom! Su Shi exploded into trillions of pieces. However, Shi was not happy. Instead, he frowned. He sensed the power of time. Time remnants? He analyzed. The person he killed is a past or future version of her or a projection from an alternative reality. Su Shi appeared a few hundred meters away with a red thread connecting to Shi in her hand. She then raised her hand, using it as a sharp weapon to cut off the thread. My karma thread? Shi's face changed. If he let her cut off the thread, many things could happen to him. For example, losing his memories, losing an important part of him, or even losing some of his strength. Threading on Infinity Step, He-She did not hesitate to use his most powerful battle technique, which allowed him to reach incomprehensible speed. He was so fast that he was stepping on the very concept of infinite speed itself. So, before she could react, He-She was beside her and gave her the meanest uppercut punch in the world. Su Shi turned into a brilliant light that flew into the heavens and crashed into the sun, her beautiful jaw obliterated. His Battle Grand Dao source is extremely versatile, she thought. Battle Dao is a battle-oriented Dao and is capable of using source resonance and controlling multiple Daos. In conclusion, it's a very terrifying Dao in the hands of the right person. Furthermore, I have been too reserved in our confrontation. In this brief clash, she discovered she was always worried about He-She removing the seal on the Spirit Genesis sect and gaining access to the Broken Empyrean artifact. These thoughts flashed in her mind in less than a nanosecond. Then, she readjusted her state. She rushed toward him, but she was not alone. Su Shi dragged the entire sun with her, crashing on He-She and the continent. "That bitch, is she crazy?" roared He-She as he realized the consequences of such an act of madness. He rushed to the sky with the intention of stopping her. Unfortunately, the situation turned for the worse. Billions of suns appeared behind Su Shi, and they were all real. She created time fractures with the sun as the basis, thus replicating it into billions of parts. Opening heaven He-She slashed his halberd, recreating the aura and power of the world when it was first created when it was in a state of pure chaos. With the power of this attack, it should be easy to obliterate these billions of suns. Using the power of chaos against me? She sneered before pausing for a moment. No, he should be smarter than this. In that case, this attack is a distraction. A subtle power of time flashed in her eyes, and she saw the future. Her conjecture was correct. He-She's real attack was his battle spirit, the war god spirit. Su Shi controlled her myriad Dao pot to absorb the subtle chaos power emanating from her opponent's slash. Immediately afterward, a creature with blue skin dressed in dark armor with 2 red horns appeared above He-She's head. It roared like a savage and mindless machine, making the entire world tremble. It looked at Su Shi and the billion suns with its dark gold eyes before punching them. The punch seemed to be able to perfectly control all its power. Its control was so superb that it allowed the creature to generate 100 times its normal power. Anyone who saw this punch would tell this creature created and tempered this attack after experiencing millions of battles. The entire creature gave the aura that it was bred for war and battle. Unfortunately, Su Shi had long predicted this attack. She raised her hand to gather countless red threads. World Karma Seal. She gathered the karma of the entire world before using it as a potent seal, drastically reducing the strength of that punch. The fact it was not completely sealed was a testament to how powerful that simple punch was. Boom! The power released from that punch destroyed hundreds of millions of suns. Unfortunately, the rest crashed on He-She and the world. Normally, the sun is nothing for a being of He-She's level. Alas, Su Shi infused the power of chaos to their core, turning them into chaos suns with unimaginable power. However, she did a great job hiding their aura to lure He-She into a sense of complacency. The world was in chaos after so many chaos suns dropped on it. The space-time continuum was unstable, the laws of heaven and earth became chaotic, and trillions of lives died. The situation would have been worse had those other factions acted promptly and activated their faction's Emperor Array. At the center of the explosion, He-She floated in the void. His armor was intact, but his face melted, leaving only part of his skull. However, he instantly regenerated his handsome face. Just like he failed to inject his Dao will into Su Shi's body in that last attack, she did not succeed. As such, this kind of injury is nothing to an eternal emperor. He-She looked at the destruction around him, and a great anger rushed into his mind. As the most powerful sect in the world, the Spirit Genesis considered the battle spirit world their property. But now, some stranger came in and caused so much damage to their possessions. Calm down, and think about the positives, thought she, exhaling deeply. After fixing the mess she created, I should receive some merit from heavenly Tao. Although he convinced himself of this, he knew the loss of the sect was not as simple as seen. From this attack, they will lose the prestige gathered for countless generations, affecting their chi luck and destiny. As the strongest sect, how could they suffer such tremendous loss? How come they couldn't even protect their world? Many people will have this idea and begin to test the Spirit Genesis sect. If things develop in the worst direction, some of their enemies will become bold and directly attack them. She finally calmed down, so he used his divine sense to send a secret message to some factions. Prepare to open the void battlefield. His voice was cold and full of killing intent, indicating a terrible fate would befall anyone who did not follow his order. He looked at Su Shi, his eyes red with anger and hatred. However, the reply he received was indifference and maybe even a little scorn. Su Shi did not feel bad about her actions. Being of their level have different levels of morality. Furthermore, she understood that if she did not do this to the battle spirit world, they would have done it to the myriad emperor world. She read the history of the martial hegemony world and knew they were once invited by a foreign Taoist faction, almost devastating their world. As such, she knew how cruel battles between different planes or worlds were. Su Shi even believed the assassin sent to kill the heavenly emperor also received orders to cause as much chaos as possible. As such, she will never show compassion regarding such a thing. Battle Spirit World, a few minutes ago. What is the situation? Asked Patriarch He. No one can leave or enter the sect because of the powerful seal. I know this. I'm asking what are we doing to deal with the situation? His face was red, trying to hide the anger he was feeling. Never in his wildest dream would he have thought someone had the balls to attack their sect. All our immortals and insurgents are attacking simultaneously, but the seal is not budging, replied Elder Jia, stressed out beyond any level he has ever felt in his entire life. Even the ancestors can't do anything? Sadly, no. Patriarch, he grunted. He caressed his temple, trying to think of a quick solution. Suddenly, he felt a wind around and looked up. Ancestor, we need to leave the formation as soon as possible. Did something happen to my son? He hurriedly asked. Not yet. Because of the seal, my senses are blurry. However, I have a feeling the enemy's plan is not so simple. Patriarch, he sighed in relief. How do we deal with the situation? Without activating the 4-symbol mirror, the only way I can think of is to use the weapon slaves. However, is it worth it to use them now? The artifact will take too long to activate, and the weapon slaves are a last resort. Our best option is to use one of the protecting Tao talismans to open a hole in this seal, so that I can leave and assist the Patriarch. (943) Battle of Eternals 3. Protecting Tao Talisman. Huh? Muttered Patriarch He, feeling a slight pain in his heart at the prospect of using these things. The Spirit Genesis sect has a few things that could be considered the ultimate foundation of the sect, and the first one is obviously the 4-symbol mirror. As long as the mirror is here, the sect can survive any trial, tribulation, or catastrophe. Another ultimate foundation of the Spirit Genesis sect is the protecting Tao talismans, derived from the 4-symbol mirror. Their ancestor found a way to condense the Empyrean power from the artifact into a talisman. The power of this talisman is more mobile than the mirror as they do not require a long time to activate. The only downside to these talismans is it's hard to control their powers, and even one thing requires an extremely long time to condense. A great emperor can use their Tao to accelerate the process, and Eternals can condense 2 talismans during their stay in the lower dimension. Fine, you can use it, said Patriarch He after hesitating for a few seconds. Then please give access, said Ancestor He. The Patriarch was momentarily confused before remembering the sect's rules. Only the Patriarch can activate the ultimate foundation of the sect. Now that his son could not be reached and it was an emergency, as the former Patriarch, only he could grant permission to access the talismans. Patriarch He gave the ancestor his token without wasting time, and the latter disappeared. A few minutes later, Everyone in the sect senses a powerful immortal energy followed by an even more terrifying power. The seal above their sect trembled and cracked, making everyone ecstatic. Unfortunately, these people's smiles did not last long. The cracks healed themselves. "Damn it! How could this seal be so powerful?" yelled Ancestor He, as he tried to mobilize as many immortal chi allowed to power this talisman. Unfortunately, his attempt was pointless. The seal did not originate from Su Shi but was condensed by Wang Wei himself, containing his peak power of 69% Grand Dao Source. The Dao protecting talisman is powerful, but its strength was not close to the mirror, probably reaching 60% Grand Dao Source. Under normal circumstances, such strength is enough to walk sideways in the lower dimension. Unfortunately, the Spirit Genesis sect met a freak like Wang Wei. After all, he did not acquire the title of Immeasurable Emperor for nothing. "Patriarch, we need to use a second talisman. Are you serious?" asked Patriarch He, feeling a pain in his heart, thinking of their sect's loss in this attack. "This is not the time to hesitate. Our loss will be even greater if something happens to the sect master." Patriarch He remembered his son who was in danger and gritted his teeth. "Don't hesitate. Use 2 more talismans to ensure nothing goes wrong." In the distance, the immortal sovereign showed a rare look of approval. He can destroy the ceiling and reverse the situation with 2 more talismans. So, he did not hesitate and used 2 more protecting Dao talismans. With this boost, he easily penetrated the seal, making Ancestor He smile. Alas, his happiness was also short. An unknown power reinforced the seal. Luckily, he reacted swiftly and left the sect before the seal was completely reinforced. Ancestor He frowned after exiting the seal. He found himself in a golden world with chants echoing in the background. "Buddhism? Donor, unfortunately, you cannot leave," said a peaceful and gentle voice. Then, a strange monk appeared before Ancestor He. The reason he said it was strange was not because the person was a monk, a religion that should have been extinct in the lower dimension, but because he sensed Taoist principles from this monk's body. "You're with the attacker? This poor monk is only here to prevent you from interfering, so there is no need for us to fight," said Feng Heng. "Do you think that's possible?" Feng Heng sighed. His mission was indeed only to prevent the latter from interfering. According to the Heavenly Emperor, true Heavenly Dao seems very lenient when it comes to breaking the rules toward the Spirit Genesis sect. As such, if their immortal sovereign is pushed to the limit, it's possible for them to use true Tier 11 strength in the lower dimension or, at the very least, come close to it. The best plan for this battle is to drag him down while secretly injuring him. Immortal sovereigns have a higher healing ability than Dao ancestors, immortal venerables, and even primarchs, but it is still not on par with great emperors and eternals. So, as long as he is injured, he must spend countless generations returning to his peak. "In that case, let's begin, Donor," said Feng Heng as brilliant golden light enveloped him. For this battle, he brought one of the supreme treasures of Buddhism, the Chaos Treasure Buddha World. As such, he had the home advantage. Battle Spirit World, Eastern Region. The Battle Spirit World is a long, continuous continent with 4 seas in the north, south, west, and east. Despite having no break between continents like the Myriad Emperor world, the continent is also divided into 5. The central, east, west, north, and south regions. Because of the overbearing nature of the Spirit Genesis sect, all the top factions of the world moved out from the central region, leaving only a few weak emperor lineages that served as the eyes of these factions, keeping tabs on the Spirit Genesis sect. So, when Su Shi attacked, everyone paid attention to the central region. When she dropped billions of Chaos Suns into that area, these factions acted to create barriers to prevent the destruction from reaching other regions. Their actions were somewhat successful. Unfortunately, they did not know these suns contained Choas power and underestimated the destruction it would have caused. Regardless of the final outcome, the one who suffered the greatest loss was still the Spirit Genesis sect, and they were more than happy with the result. The Purple Chi sect is the overlord of the Eastern region, and it's also known as the second most powerful faction of the world with 10 great emperors, one of which was an eternal. Inside a room was a young, handsome man dressed in a purple robe with a golden crown, long black hair, and a jade pendant hanging on his side. The young man opened his eyes, revealing his two different color eyes, one blue and one red. The purple spirit eyes is a unique physique of the purple chi sect, and this generation's patriarch was born with it. The sect celebrated and thought they could cultivate another eternal, taking another step to catch up to the Spirit Genesis sect. Alas, things didn't go well. The Purple Spirit King lost to He-Shi in the final battle and was severely injured. His situation would have been worse if he had not used all his means to escape. After hearing He-Shi's command to open the void battlefield, the Purple Spirit King frowned before calling for a world council, contacting all the factions in the world. After sending the call, he activated the formation to send a projection to the meeting room. He was the first to arrive since he called the meeting, so the Purple Spirit King took his position at this round table. The next person to arrive was the cult master of the ancient Spirit Mountain, a cult that worshipped spirits with 11 great emperors. Although this lineage has the same number of emperors as the Spirit Genesis sect, before this generation, they had no Eternals, and 2 of their emperors were only second class. However, they are considered one of the oldest sects, and their founder, a pseudo-Eternal, pioneered the world's cultivation system. As such, they were not considered amongst the best in the world. Top 5, sure, but not among the top 3. The third person to arrive was the War Spirit Temple's War Priest. He was an elderly man dressed in a loose white robe with golden designs weaved into them. However, the man released a naturally oppressive aura, and his bulging muscles did not alleviate this problem. The War Spirit Temple held the position of the third most powerful faction, with 9 great emperors and 1 eternal. Soon, all the top factions showed up for this meeting. You've heard He-Shi know the Battle God Emperor's order. What do you think? Asked the Purple Spirit King, not hiding his contempt and hatred. Fuck him, said the War Priest, almost yelling. Veins appeared on his neck and overly toned biceps, and he released a terrifying aura. No one was surprised by this outburst. In this generation, He-Shi awakened a spirit related to battle and war. As such, the Spirit Genesis sect bullied and humiliated the War Spirit Temple to better cultivate their heaven chosen. No matter how we feel about him, we cannot ignore his order, said Cult Master Howing. The outsider is causing chaos in our world. We cannot let them. I have a better proposal, said the Saintess of the Flower Spirit Valley, a sect with 5 great emperors and 1 eternal, all women. We let the foreigners cause chaos and weaken the Spirit Genesis sect. That way we may have a chance. The room becomes quiet, everybody with their own thoughts. "944 Secret Machinations, Unedited Chapter. Your idea is fine and all, but what about the aftermath? Yes, once the Spirit Genesis sect begins to liquidate us, what can we do? Have you guys truly lost your spine? Asked the War Priest. After this war, they will focus on recuperating. How could they care about us? And in the unlikely chance that He-Shi is dead. The muscle man did not continue his words, making some people revel in their imagination. Unfortunately, these people knew it was not a simple thing to kill an eternal emperor. As tempting as this idea is, we all know the Spirit Genesis sect will remain dominant as long as they have that weapon, said the Purple Spirit King, exhaling deeply. For some reason, heaven and earth have begun to change in recent years. The restrictions on that weapon are beginning to loosen, said the seer, an elderly man dressed sloppily and with all white eyes with no pupil. He is the leader of the Fate Spirit sect. Their sect only had 3 great emperors, but their founder was an eternal who proved the Tao with divination Tao, and all other emperors awakened a fate-related spirit, making them extremely valuable in the world as the main source of intelligence gathering. Lord Seer, do you know the reason? Asked everybody respectfully. Although this old man was not the strongest of this group, everybody feared and respected him because of the knowledge and secrets he knew. The secrets of heaven cannot be easily detected. I only know it's because of some mechanism of heaven and earth. Does this have to do with the recent changes in the upper dimension? Maybe, replied the seer, making everybody quiet. Their situation is worse than expected if the latter says it is true. It was difficult for the Spirit Genesis sect to activate their weapon in the past. But now they learned it will be easier for them to do so. In that case, let's forget it, said the Purple Spirit King. Let's protect our region and help him activate the Void battlefield. I can help with your situation. Everyone looked at the person who spoke, and their faces changed. An unknown stranger was in their meeting, and they did not even notice it. Who are you? Roared the war priest. You're a very spirited individual, aren't you? Said the intruder. As the person gazed at the war priest, the man felt the fear of God for the first in his life. His war spirit, which was the embodiment of boldness and never backing down, almost crumbled, and his Tao heart almost shattered. Luckily, the intruder removed his gaze. I am the person responsible for this attack, and I can help your situation. Your Excellency, whoever you are, it does not change the fact you are an outsider, said the Purple Spirit King, secretly swallowing his saliva to calm himself down. He did not succumb to the same gaze as the war priest, but he felt an instinctual fear when the person revealed his presence. There is no point in saying these hypocritical words now, said Wang Wei's projection. You have an enemy, and the same enemy happens to be my enemy, so why can't we be friends? No one said anything for a while before the Flower Spirit Saintess asked, How can you help us? Simple, I will give you an excuse why you could not help she, replied Wang Wei. I will send people to attack your factions, and that should be more than enough to explain to the Spirit Genesis sect once the battle ends. This might work. However, no one said anything afterward. Wang Wei shook his head. Your hearts are full of fear. You have been oppressed for so long that you have developed the mentality of the weak, the mentality of losers. These people's faces changed and became ugly. They wanted to rebut him, but they did not dare. For one, they were scared of the intruder's display of power, and second, they knew he was correct. Let's fucking do it, roared the war priest. Huh? You've awakened so soon? It seems I underestimated you. He thought this guy would have to spend years to get out of the fear he instilled in him, trying to repair his Tao heart. But in such a short time, he awakened and sublimated his Tao heart. The war priest snorted. Our war spirit temple does not walk the path of invincibility, so defeat is acceptable to us. However, fear is only for cowards and the weak-minded. Although he knew he could not defeat this man, even in his entire life, he would never allow himself to cower before anyone, no matter who they were. Interesting, said Wang Wei as he looked at this man. With your current state, it's only a matter of time before you reach a higher level with your temples. War God record. If you can wash away your karma, you might prove the Tao and even have a chance at achieving eternity. How do you know so much? Asked the war priest, baffled. Because he's the embodiment of fate itself, uttered the seer while trembling. Everyone looked at him, not hiding their puzzlement. So, do you agree with my offer? Asked Wang Wei. Why not? Said the Purple Spirit King, who suddenly felt envious of the war priest. A secret part of him felt it was a great honor to receive praise from the intruder. Of course, he would never admit this truth. Wise choice, said Wang Wei, not giving the others time to make a choice. He raised his hand, and a subtle change occurred in this illusory space. Everybody felt something had happened, but they did not know exactly what. Sir? Asked the Saintess. Don't worry. I'm only taking precautions to prevent anyone from revealing the truth to the Spirit Genesis sect under threat or temptation. This was indeed a problem, but these people wondered why this outsider was so concerned about their world. Shouldn't he be glad they can turn against each other, plundering the world into chaos? Wang Wei did not explain anything to them and prepared to leave. My lord, wait, said the seer. His projection stood up from his seat and kowtow on the ground. Please, take me as your disciple. Sir Seer, said multiple people as they stood up from their seats. It was one thing to work with an outsider, but something entirely different to become their disciple. You do not understand, said the seer with a deep sigh. Our founder's greatest regret is he could only peek at a corner of the wonder that is fate. Meanwhile, all our descendants have fallen into the outlaw trial or are scared even to participate. We thought it was impossible for anyone to succeed, but a living example exists before me. If I don't take this chance, I know I will regret it for the rest of my life. People looked at the seer with a different look. Some understood, while others were still confused. After all, not everyone knew. Wang Wei calmly looked at the elderly man before him and said, "I have no desire to take in an apprentice now, and your destiny and luck are not enough to bear the karma of being my apprentice. However, I admire your desire to pursue the Tao, so I'll give you a gift." He raised his hand to condense some of his understanding of fate into a talisman. The talisman disappeared in the distance, appearing before the seer in the Fate Spirit sect. "Thank you, Lord, for the gift," said the seer, still remaining in his kowtow form. Although disappointed he could not become the latter's apprentice, such a gift is enough to become the foundation of their sect, allowing them to better peer at the secrets of fate while reducing the price they must make. Wang Wei nodded. He had his reasons for caring so much about the battle spirit world and granting this man such a gift. The heavenly court must expand to the lower dimension, having a relationship or contact with all heavenly world. As such, he did not want to leave a bad impression on these people with Su Shi's actions. Otherwise, it would become troublesome in their future interactions. So he needed to alleviate their relationship to the best of his ability. He does not hope these people will help him with his work. He will be satisfied if they do not interfere. If he plays his card correctly, the elderly man might become his aide when he intervenes in the affairs of this world. At the very least, he will be an ambassador that connects the two worlds. Once his work finished, Wang Wei's projection disappeared. Myriad Emperor World, Heavenly Court, Wang Wei continued to observe everything that was happening in the battle spirit world. "It was truly a mistake for our world to alienate ourselves from the outside," he commented. He did not show up only to instigate these factions but also because he wanted to analyze and copy their void battlefield, since he had the same idea for his battle with Old Man Nether. Eternal Emperor's destructive ability is too powerful, so most heaven will create a void battlefield, a special dimension where these godlike entities can use their full power without affecting the world in the slightest. Heavenly Daos limit is second class, so any first class and above emperors can destroy the world if they go on a rampage. Wang Wei looked in the distance. He saw many worlds with a void battlefield. It's a product of a well-developed civilization. The Immortal Avenue Pact reduced the presence and battle of immortal powerhouses. However, if the world had a void battlefield, so many lives and world source could have been saved. When the heaven-devouring emperor went on a rampage, Wang Wei could imagine how many people died in that catastrophe. If the world had communicated with the outside and built a void battlefield, they could have forced him into it and saved much effort. "Forget it, there is no point in thinking about this," concluded Wang Wei. Building a void battlefield was not a simple thing and needed very rare and valuable materials. Furthermore, his task is even more difficult since he wants to build one capable of bearing the strength of Empyreans. "Maybe I can get merit for this thing," suddenly thought Wang Wei. "If I can change the order of the entire lower dimension, making that once cultivator with the strength of first class and above release certain fluctuations, they will instantly be teleported to the void battlefield." His eyes lit up since the idea was feasible. Upon success, he will save countless lives and save multiple worlds, countless world source. If I want to succeed, I will need a special void battlefield and also enter the taboo realm of Battle Realm. The best way to accomplish this plan would be to go to each world community and change things. However, Wang Wei felt it would be better for his strength to enter the taboo field and do it in one step. Such a method would ensure higher success, and he won't have to deal with all these people he knows will try to stop him for one reason or another. 9:45 The battle reaches its pinnacle. He Shi's fierce eyes glanced at Su Shi while observing his surroundings. The world was in utter darkness without a sun. The Yang and Yin were out of balance, with Yin energy overabundant. So many people died, and with the overwhelming amount of Yin energy, countless ghosts or evil spirits were being born with each passing second. He Shi's mind flashed to how peaceful and beautiful the world used to be and compared it to now, and his anger maxed out. Fighting heaven and earth. A terrifying fighting intent manifested around he drastically increased his aura. A source technique? Thought Su Shi with a serious gaze, analyzing the situation. She saw the latter condensed an immense amount of fighting intent that exists between heaven and earth to boost his strength. He waved his halberd like it was a toy with no weight. Then, he disappeared and reappeared before Su Shi and smashed down. The space around her compressed, not giving her an opportunity to react or escape. With that swing of the halberd, it was like the entire world was against her. Boom! Su Shi's body could not withstand the power behind that attack, so she exploded into a brilliant mist of light. He frowned as he knew things were not so simple. As expected, less than a second afterward, her body recondensed on its own. Life and death Tao? It was already difficult to kill eternal emperors, but now he was facing someone who controlled these two Daos that were excelling at healing or overcoming death. His strength increased only by 1% Grand Tao source, yet I find it difficult to keep up, thought Su Shi with a sigh. Since one attack cannot kill you, I will use 1,000 more, said he with a sneer. Dividing heaven and earth, he proved the Tao using battle and martial art, so his arsenal of techniques are diverse. One of his signature techniques used dividing Tao, allowing him to separate things into two or multiple parts. So, with this one slash, he had the power to divide the entire world into two. He focused all the strength of this technique on the attack, targeting only Su Shi and minimizing the damage to the battle spirit world. Chaos Armor, Su Shi's Myriad Tao Pot, released a great amount of gray clouds, condensing them into a shield around her. Crack! Her defense almost crumbled as cracks materialized all over the cloud. Her face became pale as blood trickled down the corner of her mouth. One drop of blood fell on the ground and, before hitting the earth, turned into a vast ocean that flooded countless dynasties, both mortal and spiritual. Dividing primordial chaos, he attacked a second time, targeting his opponent's unique power. As his halberd fell down, it now contained the power to divide primordial chaos, the fundamental force that exists at the beginning of the chaos universe. Su Shi knew the power of this attack and the fact she could not block it. So, she abandoned most of her defense and focused on the opponent's Tao will. All she needed to do was to prevent He's Tao will from entering her body and soul. Then, she could revive herself. Boom! The fog was useless before the halberd. The myriad Tao pot flew into the distance with some scratches on its body. As for Su Shi's beautiful body, it exploded into 1,000,000,000,000 scattered particles. Damn it, thought he who knew he failed to kill his opponent. He secretly exhaled to calm down. Why haven't these guys opened the void battlefield yet? He took a brief moment to check the situation and noticed 4 potent aura in each of the other regions. Are they also attacked? A part of him felt relieved after knowing he was not the only one suffering. However, he also understood this was a targeted attack, and his enemy did not want other people to come to his aid. Su Shi reappeared from the drop of blood that fell on the ground. She looked at her opponent with great concentration. You should understand you are not my opponent. Why don't you save us both the effort and stop this pointless battle? Said he calmly. Despite his overwhelming anger, he knew this was the best choice for the current situation. Killing a foreign eternal emperor was extremely difficult since he would need to erase her history, but that involved finding her identity first. Tell me who you are and who sent you, then our grudge will end. Do you think you're the only one with a source technique? Asked Su Shi with a sneer, making he frown. His first thought was that his opponent was bluffing. Source techniques are rare, but not the point he believed only he would have them. According to his analysis, his attacker is a young eternal, proving the Tao in this generation, meaning she should not have much time to create her own source technique. As for an existing technique from whatever factions she originated from, well, she believed that if she had such techniques, she would have used them as a primary Grand Tao boost at the beginning of the battle, unless her source technique was one of her trump cards. No, my assumptions are wrong. She cultivates time Tao, so she should have plenty of time to create a source technique. He immediately wanted to stop her, but it was too late. A mysterious aura emanated from Su Shi's body. Her closed eyes and facial expression displayed intense sadness and longing. What is this? Emotions? No, it should be an obsession. During their Tao discussion, the Heavenly Emperor said something that greatly resonated with Su Shi. According to him, there are a few things that can allow any individual to rebel against their fate and create miracles. The first one is unparalleled intelligence and wisdom. The second is unmatched willpower. The third is an unwavering Tao heart. And lastly, unrelenting obsessions. After hearing these words, Su Shi felt inspired. So she created a unique source technique called Seed of Obsession. She used her desire and obsession to revive her husband into a seed before nourishing it with the power of time. With the power of time, she can experience countless alternative timelines where she does everything possible to revive her husband but ultimately fails. However, no matter the trial and tribulation, she never stopped trying, thus nourishing her obsession. Cultivating this technique is extremely difficult and requires people who have deep desire or obsession. Furthermore, there is a flaw in this technique in which it's easy for people to be devilized as the obsession takes over their soul and spirit, turning them into mindless puppets only dedicated to completing their obsession. As the creator of this technique, even she is not immune to this possible side effect. As of now, this source technique only grants her an increase of 1.5% Grand Tao source, but there is still room for improvement. As long as she continues nourishing her obsession, the boost can reach a minimum of 5% and even reach a higher level. Additionally, this technique is also a great way to temper the state of mind and Tao heart. Su Shi opened her eyes, and they had turned completely pink. Her pot spewed more gray fog, which then condensed into a beautiful white sword. She instantly materialized before she, slashing down her weapon. True Death Sword. Su Shi's sword contained the power of true death, meaning she would kill her opponent's Tao body, soul, and even Tao. If she kills she with this sword, reviving himself, even as an eternal emperor, will become 100 times more difficult and require as many resources. The battle god emperor knew the consequences of not blocking that sword, so he reacted faster than he ever had in his entire life. Unfortunately, a river had manifested above him, freezing time for the entire world. So she watched his death rapidly approaching. As a great emperor, he is semi-detached from space-time itself, hence his immortality or infinite lifespan, so his mind could still barely operate. I have no choice now, he thought as he used one of his trump cards. 5 spots of light appeared on his body, focusing on the upper and lower torso area. A terrifying aura emanated from she as his fleshly body suddenly increased drastically, breaking into the infant fiend god realm. Bang! He flew away, crashing into the earth, generating a terrifying force that could annihilate the entire central region. Luckily, she reacted swiftly and used his soul to quell the destructive force his landing created. He coughed a mouthful of blood, but she did not care about that. His armor was broken, leaving a deep wound on his chest that was pulsating with black energy. Her Tao will, thought she with an ugly expression. His opponent successfully planted their Tao will inside his body, and it was a strange one, too. He could feel the will was constantly exuding waves or fluctuations, making it difficult for others to remove or influence it. In other words, she's current injury is considered a Tao injury, and it's not something he can easily deal with. What were these 5 lights? Thought Su Shi, analyzing the situation. Did he refine his 5 internal organs with 5 spirits of the 5 elements attributes? That's the only explanation she could come up with, but she did not understand why she's body was so weak with such a technique. Unless whatever technique he is using is not finished yet, or it can only temporarily boost his fleshly body. She glanced at him, analyzing every detail. His aura is weird. His strength did not seem to increase, but his overall defense seemed to be boosted by a few percent. The situation immediately changed the battle. Su Shi's current strength should be above she by 0.5% Grand Tao source. However, with the anomaly of his new technique, his defense increased by another 2% Grand Tao source. Since only his defense increased, I only need to do one thing. Try to aggravate my Tao will inside his body and weaken him. Su Shi watched the battle between the Heavenly Emperor and Di Tian, learning from it, especially Wang Wei's application of his Tao will and will manifestation. Then, she created her own application called fluctuation, using her knowledge and understanding of music as a base. 946 True Purpose. Boom. 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 Su Shi and He Shi kept clashing. Their battle took them everywhere in the central region, wreaking havoc everywhere. By now, there were no living beings in that area. A few emperor lineages were lucky enough and acted swiftly enough to use their sex emperor array to run away from the center of the battlefield. Alas, the mortals and weaker lineages did not have such luck. If not for the other factions isolating the central region, the devastation caused by these two would have spread throughout the entire battle spirit realm. Their clashes were non-stop. Upon closer observation, it's obvious He Shi was in a hurry. Meanwhile, Su Shi was more composed, focusing on preventing her opponent from healing by removing her Tao will. However, she also was not in the best shape. She discovered that prolonged fighting would affect the seed of obsession, increasing her chances of being devilized. She realized her technique was still flawed and needed to be improved. Buddha World. Feng Heng was having the easiest time. He only needed to keep his opponent from leaving. Meanwhile, Ancestor He, who had countless minor injuries, gritted his teeth in anger as he tried his best to kill the damn monk. Donor, why must you do this? Said Feng Heng as he slapped his opponent away with a shining golden palm. You damn monk. You will regret your actions. Donor, anger is not good for your body. So, let's stop this pointless battle. Ancestor He was disgusted by this monk's smug face. Do you think I don't know where you're from? Oh, please enlighten me. The path of Buddhism was cut off from the myriad emperor world. It is the source of the absolute beginning magic. Only from there must it be resolved and allow monks to appear in this world. Feng Heng sighed. This poor monk cannot belittle the heroes of the world. Ancestor He frowned. This was not the reaction he expected after revealing the news. The latter did not seem to care about revealing his identity. Donor, you seem to have something in your mind. You don't seem to care about your identity being revealed, even with the prospect of an interplanar war. That is correct. Why? What do you think? Asked Feng Heng with a smile, and Ancestor He's face suddenly changed. He remembered when he tried to pierce through the seal around the sect. A mysterious force appeared and prevented his action, and that power was extremely scary. Does the myriad emperor world have a powerhouse with such power? Impossible. It must be some sort of weapon. However, such a conclusion did not make the situation any better. Such strength is capable of competing with the four-symbol mirror. Therefore, it was not in the Spirit Genesis sect's favor for their enemy to have such a weapon. Do you think such a simple trick can affect my mind? Said Ancestor He with a sneer. Donor, you can think whatever is soothing to your sanity, replied Feng Heng with a humble and polite smile. He looked in the distance. It's almost time. Spirit Genesis sect. Patriarch. He waited patiently while tapping his right foot. What is taking so long? Sorry, Patriarch. The seal has also affected the mirror, so it's taking longer to activate, replied one of the sect's elders. We cannot wait any longer. Then what do you want us to do? Use a sacrifice. Is this really necessary? We only need to wait a while? Asked Patriarch Jia. This is not the time for hesitation. Each passing second means a new variable. According to their plan, the ancestor should have dealt with the situation by now, or at least give him an update. But a few minutes had passed and there was no news. This could only mean something unexpected had occurred. Very well. The elders sent the orders, and someone executed them. In a secret dimension of the sect stood a bronze mirror. In the back was an engraving of the divine beasts of vermilion bird, black tortoise, white tiger, and azure dragon, each positioned in the correct cardinal directions of south, north, west, and east. There were cracks on the side of the mirror, and it was surrounded by countless runes. A person walked into the room carrying 3 others in chains and tattered clothes. The man carrying the prisoners did not waste time as he immediately recited a spell. Following this, the 3 prisoners had their blood drained by the mirror. They tried to resist, but it was futile. The mirror seemed greedy and absorbed their flesh, blood, soul, and inner worlds before releasing a terrifying aura. Finally, it released a brilliant light that directly attacked the seal. Buddha world. Feng Hung suddenly paused as a voice entered his mind. Then, without hesitation, he attacked Ancestor He with all his strength. He borrowed the strength of the Buddha world, giving him a blessing of 2% Grand Tao Source. Central Region. Su Shi received the same message. Afterward, she did something surprising. She allowed He Shi's attack to hit her. Her body exploded into countless particles, and she never appeared again. "Run away! Damn it!" roared He Shi, who swore this was far from over. Then, his face turned ugly as he saw a colossal hand descending from the sky. He felt powerless before that hand. Immediately, He Shi knew the people behind this attack. There has only been one thing he felt this powerless. It was when he invaded the Myriad Emperor world's cleanup. That young man did a random punch and almost killed him. His body trembled, but he stimulated his pain receptors, using pain to combat the fear. "No, I cannot die yet." Luck was in He Shi's favor, or Wang Wei's attack was never him in the first place. The hand directly confronted the beam of light released by the mirror, and they were in a stalemate for a while. The world should have been in absolute darkness due to the lack of the sun, but the confrontation of these two illuminated everything. Impossible! How could he be so powerful? Alas, no one paid attention to him, let alone responded. Wang Wei's hand confronted the beam of light for a few seconds before dispersing. A few seconds later, the beam of light disappeared, making He Shi sigh in relief. Unfortunately, his happiness was too soon. The same hand appeared again, and its target seemed to be different. The Spirit Genesis Sect's Chi Lux Dragon manifested, illuminating the world with his multicolored body. The big hand targeted a crown on the dragon's head with the character for strongest. "No!" roared He Shi, and the dragon felt his emotion. Tried to resist, but it was futile. "Activate the mirror again," ordered He Shi, but his orders were useless. True heavenly Tao was lenient against their sect, but there was a limit. The previous confrontation was already too much, so how could it allow them to activate the broken Empyrean artifact again and to such a level? Therefore, Wang Wei easily stripped the title of the strongest sect from the Spirit Genesis sect. Myriad Emperor World, Tao Opening Sect. Wang Wei gazed at his hand, which was bleeding profusely. You're injured?" said Yu Yen with a slightly open mouth. "Indeed. Can someone injure you?" "It's an artifact," he replied calmly. "Are you okay?" "Better than ever," he said with a brilliant smile. Invincible was indeed lonely, hence why he was looking forward to his battle with Old Man Nether. Now that he was injured, he was happy, knowing the lower dimension still had many unknown variables he did not know. "Why aren't you healing?" she asked. "I don't know, but it seems higher tiers have a natural ability similar to Tao will when confronting lower tiers," analyzed Wang Wei. He now knew that regular Empyreans could easily injure and kill even Eternals, even without Tao will. "What should we do? Do you want to contact Elder Dan?" "No need," replied Wang Wei as he cut off the injured hand and regrew one. He could feel it was still weak and would require some time to heal perfectly, but it was better than before. "Anyway, everything was worth it," said Wang Wei as a crown appeared on his hand. "This is. From now on, our sect is the strongest faction in the lower dimension." He waved his hand, and the crown fused with the sect's Chi Luck. If Wang Wei did not hide it, terrifying visions would be visible to the entire world. However, unlike the Spirit Genesis sect, he wanted to be more low-key. Regardless of his intentions, the insurgents and immortals of the sect detected the change in Chi Luck, and they were all surprised after learning the truth. Meanwhile, Wang Wei waited for someone. Luckily, he did not have to wait for long. Soon afterward, Wang Ju appeared before him, kneeling on one knee with something in her hand. Wang Wei glanced at the head, who looked shocked, confused, and horrified, and asked, "Your mission succeeded?" "Yes. The assassination was successful." "Did you encounter any problem?" "None at all." Wang Wei nodded. After killing the injured immortal sovereign of the Spirit Genesis sect, their sect's foundation was further weakened. 947 mission overaccomplished. Wang Wei took the head, looking at the middle-aged man. He could be described as extremely handsome, probably a lattice man. However, with his current state, none of that mattered. Wang Wei pointed to the head's forehead, manifesting a dark gray complex runes. Curse of Fate. He used Ancestor Jia's head and his connection to the Spirit Genesis sect to place a terrifying curse on their members. Wang Wei was extremely careful not to alert everybody else, especially their potent artifact. Luckily, the sect was still in a state of chaos, and the artifact was in a semi-recovering state, making it the perfect time to cast this curse. This should be enough preparation, he thought. "Is there anything else you want to report?" asked Wang Wei. "Yes," nodded Wang Ju. "Although I was limited by time, I acquired some valuable information and also hurt their sect's foundation." "Oh, do tell." Wang Wei only tasked her with the assassination. He knew the danger. Therefore, he did not want her to take the risk. "I learned they have two ultimate trump cards besides the artifact, the protecting Dao talismans and the weapon slaves. One of their immortal sovereigns used the talisman to break through the seal." Wang Wei remembered the power that broke his seal, which was different from the artifact he had just confronted. "The weapon slave? I only heard the name but no information. But we can deduce some information based on the name." "True. Weapon salve, slave to a weapon. What weapon could anyone or anything from the Spirit Genesis sect be? Of course, it's their broken Empyrean artifact. The concept of weapon slave exists in the Myriad Emperor world, mostly in sword Dao factions or weapon refining lineages. Some weapons are too powerful or have too much negative or baleful aura, demonizing them. If their users cannot properly control these weapons, the weapon will consume their souls, turning them into mindless creatures controlled by their whim, in other words, weapon slaves. Many sword factions will purposely cultivate sword slaves to use people's souls to nourish the spirituality of unique weapons in their faction, ensuring the sword intent, sword will, or Dao rhymes of these weapons do not dissipate after countless years. With this knowledge, Wang Wei and Wang Ju could deduce the Spirit Genesis sect cultivated unique weapon slaves using their artifact. They infused the Empyrean power in the sect in a person, drastically increasing their opponents. Such a person must have terrifying strength, probably close to Wang Wei's. However, they will never make any advancement in their cultivation and must remain hidden to prevent from being liquidated by true heavenly Dao. Furthermore, their lives are now tied to that artifact, meaning they would cease to exist if something were to happen to it. "What else did you do?" asked Wang Wei. "I used divination to find the place with the most concentrated luck of their sect and discovered a unique medicine field of their sect, full of emperor medicines, and they seem to have been cultivated using the artifact." "Did you bring it?" asked Wang Wei with shining lights. "No, I destroyed it," said Wang Ju before quickly explaining. "I had little time and powerful formations and dozens of insurgents protected the field. In a hurry, I had to explore the entire thing." "Relax, I don't blame you," reassured Wang Wei. Although he felt it was a pity, it could not be helped, given the situation. "I'm just glad you're okay and the enemy suffered," said Wang Wei with a brilliant smile. "You did an excellent job this time, even exceeding my expectations. There will be plenty of rewards for you later. However, the Fate Shadow Guards still need you to oversee everything." "It's my honor to serve the young master," bowed Wang Ju before disappearing. Wang Wei was in an excellent mood, so his smile did not disappear. He looked in the distance where Feng Hang and Su Shi waited for him. He sent a projection. "Thank you for your hard work," said Wang Wei. "I'm sorry, Your Majesty. This poor monk could not kill the immortal sovereign." "Oh, what happened to him?" "He exploded his body to open a tear in my Buddha world and escape. However, I did injure his soul while he was running away." "In that case, it's fine. Your reward is still the same. Wang Wei chose to be generous. After this battle, Ancestor he is basically crippled. The essence of immortal sovereigns is still tier 11 despite their tier 10 strength. As such, only resources of the same level can heal him. But where does the lower dimension have any tier 11 spiritual herbs or medicine? His only choice is to use Emperor herbs, but the vast difference between tier 10 and tier 11 makes it extremely difficult to use lower tier resources to heal. The effect of using Emperor herbs or pills to heal would be the same as a quasi-emperor using profound tier resources to heal himself. Before Wang Ju destroyed the medical field, Ancestor he might have had a chance. After all, the Spirit Genesis sect was probably using that medicinal field to grow top-tier Emperor medicine using the power of the broken Empyrean artifact. But now it was destroyed. Feng Heng felt relieved after hearing this. Wang Wei looked at Su Shi and said, "You did an excellent job." He then sighed, "Fellow Taoist, I have to say, from ancient to modern times, you're truly a talented emperor." After seeing that battle, seeing her application of the Tao will and her source technique, Wang Wei had a newfound admiration for her talent. Many people might believe her achievement was the result of Lin Fan's talent, but he understood that even Lin Fan was not guaranteed to achieve what she did. In the end, talent only means potential. How to turn potential into strength was something entirely different. In Wang Wei's opinion, Su Shi made full use of Lin Fan's talent, even pushing beyond its limits. "Thank you, Your Majesty," said Su Shi with an ethereal smile. Typically, she would not care about such a comment. However, it was different coming from someone like the Heavenly Emperor. That was true recognition from an unparalleled genius and pinnacle powerhouse. Wang Wei nodded. He knew Su Shi had not reached his full potential. Furthermore, after ascending to the upper dimension, she might become even more accomplished if she is brave enough to recast her foundation. Maybe she will be useful in the future after ascending. Your reward will come after the third court meeting, so be patient for a while. In that case, this poor monk will leave, said Feng Heng. After experiencing the battle and hearing the Heavenly Emperor's words, he wanted to return to his sect and cultivate. Feng Heng had his own arrogance after surviving this terrifying generation, so he refused to be the weakest eternal emperor. His first order of business after returning will be to create his own unique source technique. Su Shi bowed before also leaving. She would not let the Heavenly Emperor's words and this battle get to her head. The path of the Emperor was long, and her journey had just started. Wang Wei calmly watched them leave before looking in the distance. His objectives were both accomplished and unfulfilled. The missing link was actually He-She, whom he felt was not pushed to his limit or as simple as he seems. The reason for his conclusion is Wang Wei had a feeling the latter would have survived had he directly targeted him instead of that artifact. However, he could not fathom how such a thing was possible. Could there be some unknown secret on He-She? Or is he secretly being protected by someone else like Emperor Jia? Wang Wei frowned. If he is protected, why is he important to Emperor Jia? More importantly, what is this old monster planning and how strong is he now? He had so many questions but no one to answer his doubts. So he can only find them himself. Wang Wei sighed, entering a relaxed state. There is no need to worry since I'm already prepared. He cast that curse to prepare for the eventual clash with He-She and Emperor Jia behind him. When the right time, he can also have a backhand that allows him to retreat in case things get out of control. Wang Wei smiled before the projection disappeared. He knew his stay in the lower dimension would not be boring now that he had opponents like Old Man Nether, Death Reverence and the corpse-selling sect, the Abyss Gap, and now the mysterious Emperor Jia. One of the reasons he has his achievements today is because he had someone like Di Tian pushing him to be better than he thought he could. Maybe these people will also bring out more hidden potential while in the Emperor realm. So Wang Wei was looking forward to it. Back at home, Wang Wei sensed something and looked in one direction. Ancestor Wuxia is coming out of his retreat soon? Let's have a drink with that old man. (948) Heaven and Earth Celebration Battle Spirit World. He-She floated above the heaven, his body shivering with fear, anger, and hatred. The void around trembled due to his agitated emotions. However, he knew this was not the time to be depressed. He looked at the devastation around him and began the repair process. He used his powerful soul to close all the tears in space in the central regions. There were millions of them, so it took him a while to close them and stabilize the space. In the process, he also removed Su Shi's remaining chaos flames and aura. The next step in the repair was the chaotic spiritual qi. If not fixed, it will be impossible for people to absorb it and cultivate, so he had to use his tyrannical soul to soothe the spiritual qi, ensuring it returned to the level before this disaster. With these two tasks done, the repairs were halfway done. He raised his head and looked at the place the sun used to be. His hand penetrated his chest and ripped out his heart. "Today, the world suffered a catastrophe," said he, his voice reverberating through the entire world. "I feel compassion for all sentient beings, so I will use my heart, the essence of flame and yang, to cast the sun and nurture the world." After saying these words, Hishi's heart steadily floated above the sky where the sun used to be. Then, it released an intense supreme yang power, which in turn rapidly condensed into a sun. Eastern region, damn, Hishi cursed the Purple Spirit King. He understood why the latter was doing all of this. The first reason was to save the world and receive merit, and the second was to save the reputation of their sect. From now on, it will forever be recorded in the annals of history that the sun was created by the Battle God Emperor, saving all sentient beings. Heavenly Tao will reward the Spirit Genesis sect with destiny and protection for their great contribution. The Purple Spirit King felt aggrieved. He had just weakened his greatest nemesis, but immediately afterward, the latter found a way to make up for some of his loss. The worst part is there was nothing he could do to stop it. No matter how weakened the Spirit Genesis sect is, they will always be the most powerful faction of this world as long as they have that artifact. Now, he had a reason to prevent Hishi from attacking their sects, but if he tried to stop the latter, the Spirit Genesis sect would not hesitate to attack them and plunder their resources to make up for their loss. "No, I need to do something." He rushed to contact the others, instigating another World Council. Central Region, Hishi watched his finished work, but things were not finished. Next, he dug out his spleen. "I will use my spleen as the source of earth elements to nourish the soil and regrow the destroyed mountains, forests, and spiritual veins." The organs in his hand disappeared, and the world magically changed. The destroyed soils regenerated, mountains grew from the ground, becoming taller than they ever were, forests instantly grew from the ground, and more importantly, the destroyed spiritual veins on the ground reconnected and regrew, turning the central region into a paradise for cultivators, even more than it used to be. "I will use my blood to revive all the lives lost in this disaster," continued Hishi, his voice echoing between heaven and earth. He used a spell that requires a sacrifice, which is his blood. His purpose is to revive all the people who died in this battle, and as an emperor, one drop of his blood is worth all those trillion upon trillion of people, including cultivators. Hishi watched countless people appear in the central region, but he was not happy. The population was too small, especially the mortal population. After a moment of contemplation, he knew the reason. Great emperors and mortals are different dimensional species, so when the latter kills the former, they passively erase the existence of mortals. So, these people who died cannot be revived unless he used existence reconstruction on all of them. "I need to replenish the mortal population as soon as possible. I will send someone to get them from the lower realm," thought Hishi. As for the cultivators who died, he knew he had to suffer this loss. The Spirit Genesis sect surrounded itself with allies and people who were obedient to their rules. As such, all their political allies gathered in the central region, resulting in 99% of them dying in this catastrophe. Su Shi made sure that none of these emperor lineages would survive even under the protection of their emperor arrays and artifacts. Hishi exhaled calmly. Previously, his plan only reached this far. However, he realized this was an opportunity to stabilize the chi luck of the sect. So he decided to continue. Anyway, his sacrifice was minimal to him. As long as he does not let Su Shi's Tao will spread, It won't take him long to regrow these organs. I will use my liver, the source with elements, to replenish the flora of heaven and earth. His booming voice appeared in the ears of every living creature like the whisper of an intimate friend. Afterward, many spiritual medicines or herbs destroyed in the previous battle regrow. They ranged from the lowest rank to the quasi-emperor tier. I will use my lung, the source of metal elements, to make up for the lost ores and metals between heaven and earth. Countless spiritual ores veins or mines grew all across the central region, replenishing the lost to the world. I will use my kidney, the source of all water elements, to nourish everything between heaven and earth. Water is often called the source of life that can nourish all things. So, with He Shi's actions, the entire central region underwent a baptism, nourishing all the newly revived creatures, nourishing the soil, the trees, the mountains, and even the veins underneath the earth. I will use my left as the source of the most aim to remove the resentment from this calamity. Without hesitation, He Shi dug out his left eye and sacrificed it. Too many people died in the battle, making the resentment almost substantial. If not dealt with properly, it could fuse with the spiritual chi between heaven and earth, making it easier for cultivators to be devilized and lose their minds, turning into mindless agents of slaughter. He Shi raised his right hand to his back, pulling out something, his spine. Finally, I will use my spine to support heaven and earth. From now on, even quasi-emperors cannot break the void during battle. The whole world trembled for a moment as the space was reinforced to an unimaginable level. From now on, an eternal emperor's spine will be the source of power in the battle spirit world space, changing the world for the better. As soon as he finished, the sky changed as countless visions manifested. Then, a voice echoed throughout the entire world. Thank you to the great emperor for saving all sentient beings and achieving great merit. All the mortals of the battle spirit world seemed to have the single thought embedded into their minds by heaven and earth, so they knelt on the ground and kowtowed while chanting these words repeatedly. Huh? The power of incense? Thought He Shi, who did not expect to have such a benefit. With such quantity, his cultivation should take a small step forward. I guess my actions were worth it, he thought as he looked at the sky. After the visions ended, a glowing purple orb descended from heaven to his hand. Heavenly Tao rewarded him with purple merit for his contribution. He was excited but controlled his emotions. He still needed to check whether he accomplished his main objective. So, he checked the Sex Chi Luck Dragon without hesitation. He saw the previously proud dragon had lost countless scales, and its body was bleeding. However, its aura was no longer as majestic and mighty as it used to be. Luckily, a new power manifested out of nowhere and healed a few of the wounds. Furthermore, the continuous declining aura had drastically reduced its speed. This is enough for now to stabilize the situation. Now it's time for the next step. He Shi disappeared, returning to the sect. Myriad Emperor World. Wang Wei, who was drinking alone, sighed. This He Shi is truly not simple. In such a short time, he came up with such a method to stabilize the sect's luck. No talent who can prove the Tao is simple. Even if they were, the process slowly rises to the top, and trampling on others will change anyone. Furthermore, anyone who has witnessed the very source or origin of the Tao will never see the world in a simple manner. In other words, any great emperor is destined to be extraordinary from other cultivators. So far, you've caught my attention. Then, let's see if you'll become a worthy adversary, muttered before continuing to drink. Without Li Jun to accompany him to drink, he felt lonely. Luckily, he only had to wait a few days for Ancestor Wuxia to have a drinking buddy. "949 Ruthlessness." He Shi sat on a throne, the room turning completely red due to his anger and killing intent. The situation seemed aggravated because he had no shirt, a gushing wound on his torso, and was missing one eye. The elders, disciples, and even his own father trembled because of his terrifying aura. Ancestor He's soul became slighter and weaker as he resisted the pressure from the latter's aura in such a terrible state. In this atmosphere, No one dared say anything, especially since they knew their mistake. The sect master found a way to stabilize the chi luck of the sect, but after returning, he learned that they had lost two of their greatest foundations. He was truly outraged. He thought the situation did not get any worse than losing their strongest sect title, but he was wrong. They lost an immortal sovereign, the other was crippled, and finally, they lost their most precious medicine garden. That garden has been with the sect for billions of years, and it was extremely arduous to cultivate. It's not a simple thing to mobilize the power from the four-symbol mirror, and once they succeed, it's usually a very tiny portion. However, the medicine grown in that garden contained the purest and most potent power from the mirror. The sect only has two immortal sovereigns, but that's only because of the balance mechanism of true heavenly Tao. As long as they want, they can use the resources in that garden to train countless immortal sovereigns. Now it is all gone. Years of effort, planning, and biding their time wasted in one instant. He looked at all these people, and all he could think about was how incompetent they were. If they were not members of his sect and his family, he would have slaughtered them all. He took a deep breath to calm down. Now was not the time for agitated emotions or even holding people accountable. He needed to deal with the situation as soon as possible. Otherwise, the sect will suffer even more. He calmed down and entered a state of deep focus, analyzing the situation and planning his next step. That bastard Wang Wei is ruthless. He did all these to weaken the sect and have justification to take our title. He knew the title could not be taken simply because someone desired it. They must meet certain conditions. Given how easily he took it, it meant not only was our sect drastically weakened, but the Tao opening sect must have improved exponentially. However, how could they become so powerful? According to their sect's understanding of the Tao opening sect, they were a top faction in the lower dimension. However, it did not change the fact they have been weakened over the years because of the Nine Emperor curse and due to their isolation from otherworld communities. At best, they would be in the top 100 factions of the lower dimension, so how could they get their hands on the title of the strongest sect? Can one eternal emperor make such a difference? Even if his strength is overwhelming, it takes time to set up the foundation of a sect. One powerful emperor is not enough to make the Tao opening sect's ranking jump so high. After all, Wang Wei had just proved the Tao not long ago, and he will eventually leave. So, what has he done to increase their sect's foundation to such a level in such a short period? He knew the source of this problem was this answer. He needed to find this information. However, after the failure of that assassin, he knew he had to be extra careful. He finally focused on the crowd, looking at them with his only eye. He removed his aura, allowing them to breath. There are a few things we need to do. Firstly, send someone to replenish the mortal population. We can also win over the top factions in the Greater Thousand World and move them here. They will be our new allies from now on. Secondly, the sect cannot be without any immortal sovereign, so we need one as soon as possible. The room became quiet, with everyone looking at each other, but no one spoke. If you have something to say, do it and don't waste my time. People hesitated for a while. Patriarch Jia looked at Patriarch He, hoping he would be the one who spoke. After all, it was his son. However, the latter pretended he did not see anything. In the end, Patriarch Jia secretly gritted his teeth and said, "Sect Master, the second objective is obvious to all, but how to accomplish it? We lost our supreme garden, so it's not easy to cultivate another immortal sovereign." "I'm aware of this," replied He calmly. "In this situation, we need to use drastic measures. Send a weapon slave to capture a few immortal sovereigns, and we will control their souls." Everyone frowned as they pondered the feasibility of this method. Immortal sovereigns are tier 11, so it's impossible to control their soul or even their bodies. However, if they used the four-symbol mirror, which is of the same level and even higher essence, it's possible to enslave their soul. "That might work," said the disciplinary head. However, the weapon slaves need to act fast. Their sect had just activated the mirror to the highest level in a long time, so true heavenly Tao should be keeping close eyes on them, so deploying the weapon slaves is risky. "We only need to fight the right target and their location and act swiftly," said He. Their sex intelligence department has spread far and wide in the lower dimension, so it should be easy to find a few loose immortal sovereigns. Although rare, they do exist and, in the worst-case scenario, kidnap the ones from certain factions. How about using the people from other regions? Suggested an elder. Yes, these people purposely ignored us during this catastrophe. We should use this excuse to weaken them. I agree. Even if we don't use their immortal sovereigns, we must attack some of them and plunder their resources to make up for our loss. Most people agreed with this idea. However, she shook his head. They did not have a legitimate reason to attack these sects since they also were attacked. Although he sensed there were some hidden secrets from this, he did not have any evidence. Normally, their sect does not need a reason to attack others or even blackmail some resources from them. However, the situation was precarious, so it was not wise to act in an overbearing manner. Otherwise, these factions might band together and attack the Spirit Genesis sect. Of course, this was not the main reason he disagreed with this method. The main reason is he sensed 15 immortal sovereigns standing together in the distance. He knew this was a warning from the other factions, telling him not to mess around during this time. Since the sect master made a decision, they could only accept it. Take care of the dead disciples. Ensure they are properly buried and compensate their family. Began reconstruction of the sect. I don't think you need my help to do these things, said she. No problem. In that case, you're dismissed. Sect master, wait, said Patriarch Jia. What about the Tao opening sect? Are we just going to swallow this breath? Of course not, replied she with a deep killing intent. However, now is not the time to fight with them. He understood what kind of person Wang Wei was. His personality dictated he refused to suffer a loss. The first time they attacked him and the Myriad Emperor world was during their cleanup. However, Wang Wei killed countless Heaven Chosens, creating much hatred for the Spirit Genesis sect. Although few people knew they were behind the entire event, some did, and they did appreciate losing their talented disciples. As a result, they lost many business partners in the commercial hub. The second attack was the attack on their people on the commercial hub. The latter also violently retaliated. Finally, he recently sent a pseudo-eternal emperor assassin to test things out, but Wang Wei returned the favor by sending 2 eternal emperors. After thinking of this, she felt his anger returning, so he quickly exhaled. Everyone beside the ancestor can leave, he declared, and soon only 2 people remained in the room. Sect Master, I'm truly sorry about my incompetence. I don't blame. Who would have thought their world had more than one eternal? How do you think they did it? There are 2 ways they could succeed, said Ancestor He. The first one is to refine the 9 devil god world, allowing their world to condense more than one heaven will. The second is merit. Merit? Yes. Buddhism's annihilation was a mistake, so true heavenly Tao owed them great karma. So, if someone could gather the destiny of Buddhism, break the absolute beginning magic and revive Buddhism, it's not impossible to use merit to condense another heaven will. I see, nodded she. Unfortunately, either of these methods were not easily replicated. He did not think it would be simple to refine a heaven will with all these factions trying to protect the world. As for merit, that's even harder to amass, even if he tried to plunder from many factions across different world communities. All right, you can leave. You don't have to worry about your injury. I will find a way to... His words did not finish as countless runes appeared in the room, making Ancestor He's face change. 950 Farewell, Sect Master. What is the meaning of this? Although a powerful formation surrounded him, Ancestor He calmed down and analyzed the situation. He knew panic would not help, so there was no point in letting such an emotion rule his thoughts and actions. There is only way for me and the sect to have a chance to fight a monster like Wang Wei, said she calmly. Ancestor suddenly thought of something, and his face became ugly. You want to refine me as the mirror's spirit? Exactly. Only a tier 11 soul can become its main spirit, thus healing some of its damage. Afterward, it will be easier for me to control this powerful artifact. Ancestor He's face was ugly to look at. The idea of refining a weapon spirit for the four-symbol mirror existed for a long time, but he always opposed the idea. Why don't you use one of your captured immortal sovereigns? You know why, replied He, and Ancestor He felt despair. He hoped the latter did not know that information, but he was wrong. For countless generations, he and Jia clan secretly nourished the mirror with their blood, creating a bloodline link to it. Their attempt was to find a better way to control it, but also as a backup against the sectarian faction. As such, only someone with the He and Jia bloodline can sacrifice themselves and become the spirit. Ancestor He suddenly laughed maniacally as a look of understanding dawned on him. I see. I always suspected why old Jia's injury never healed despite the sect's ability. But now I understand. You people have been planning this for a long time. Now that he thought of it, he realized the sect used too many excuses not to heal old Jia. He only had mild suspicions, but there were no obvious signs, no matter how he searched. Therefore he did not pay too much attention to this. He regretted his actions. My original intention was to convince Ancestor Jia. He cared more about the sect's well-being and was willing to sacrifice. Furthermore, you are from my clan, so I wanted to spare you. Sadly, the plan cannot keep up, explained He, his demeanor extremely calm compared to his previous rage and anger. I am your teacher. Don't you feel any guilt? You taught me to do whatever is necessary to protect the sect and ensure it thrives. I'm only doing things according to your teaching. No, you're doing it for your own selfish motive, replied Ancestor He with a sneer. A part of me is, nodded He, surprising Ancestor He for his frankness. I have suffered too much at Wang Wei's hands, and I can feel he might become my heart demon if things continue. Ancestor He was once again surprised. Anyone who can become an eternal emperor has the best Tao heart amongst an entire generation, not to mention an eternal supreme like He. And yet, he showed signs of developing a heart demon, which is a shocking thing. Do you think using a foreign thing like a weapon can make you on par with him? Ancestor He did not hide his sneer and contempt. Alas, the response he received was still this overwhelming calmness. I walk the way of battle. Anything that can be used to win and defeat the enemy is also a part of my strength, replied the battle god emperor with the utmost confidence. Furthermore, as long as I can kill him or delay his revival, I'm confident I can surpass his current strength. Ancestor He quieted down for a moment, accepting his fate. He then looked at his student in his eyes. You did the right thing. In this situation, this is the best solution for the sect. He knew if he were in the latter's shoes, he would have made the same choice. I'm proud of you, said Ancestor He. He knew only with such a ruthless leader would the sect have an opportunity to survive the calamity that is called Wang Wei. Although he has his selfishness, his core philosophy, and ideologies are to ensure the sect continues on its legacy and thrives. A ray of softness flashed in He's eyes before disappearing. Do you have any last words or wishes? Make sure the sect survives, said Ancestor He with the utmost solemnity. I will, replied He firmly. He waved his hand, and the runes in the room turned into a seed, leaving only him in the empty and desolate room. He stood in absolute silence for the next 3 hours before standing up. He disappeared, heading to Alchemy's Supreme Elder. Not long after proving the Tao, he tasked the Supreme Elder to use the best material from the garden to concoct the God-nourishing pill for him, which has the same effect as the Emperor's Soul Pill. In other words, these materials are the last ones in existence from the garden. He plans to use one of the pills to nourish Ancestor He's soul to ensure he is strong enough for the fusion with the mirror. Myriad Emperor World, Tao Opening Sect. A few days passed, and Ancestor Wuxia exited his retreat. Wang Wei waited for him with a small table full of delicious snacks and great wine. Ancestor, how was your retreat? Asked Wang Wei as he poured wine for the latter. Wuxia took a sip and his eyes shone. He could feel the strength of his soul increase slightly. Great wine, he commented. He could tell this thing was nourished by the grand Tao source and fermented for millions of years. It was great, he replied. I finally officially reached the realm of first class. Furthermore, I can feel this is not my limit as I am full of potential. Wang Wei nodded as he was not surprised by this outcome. His bloodline has just been activated, so people still need time to grow and develop. However, the main objective of the bloodline is to increase potential. Wuxia chugged the wine like he was drinking water, making Wang Wei speechless. Kid, I have always said you were the gift that kept giving. Some of these old guys didn't believe in you at first. He snorted in disdain. Is it because of the outlaw trial? Yes, they thought you wouldn't survive. Many people felt it was a pity for a person of your talent to die young, so they wanted to intervene and tell you the truth so you could give up. Unfortunately, the rule of our sect is that we have to train genius with the utmost cruelty. If you died, it could only mean that's how far your destiny can take you. Wuxia exhaled deeply, playing with his tongue as he savored the taste of the wine. However, I always believed in you. The moment you were born, and I sensed how scary your soul was, I knew there was something special about you. Wang Wei drank while listening. I'm glad you believed in me. If not for you, I will not survive to this day. Wuxia shook his head. He knew even without his actions, the sect master would not die with his wife present. I know what you're thinking, but I know the situation would have been worse had you not bought me enough time for her to arrive and to make a plan. So I owe you a life. Well, as long as you can continue the glory of the sect and give me a few more wines, that will be more than enough for me, said Wuxia. Their generation has one mission in life: ensure the Tao opening sect continues its legacy and thrive. So, if sacrificing their lives would result in these things being accomplished, he knew many of these old guys would make the same decision as him. No problem, nodded Wang Wei, and Wuxia continued to drink and eat. A few minutes, he sighed and said, let's get to business. A few of these guys were scared and wanted me to ask you if it was possible for some of them to ascend. Ascension is a touchy subject in any faction. Losing any immortal cultivator or insurgent is a great weakening for any lineage. Furthermore, the events that occurred during the Great Zhou dynasty rang alarms in the minds of many emperor lineages, making this topic even more taboo. As such, Wang Wei understood why these people asked Wuxia, who had a good relationship with him, to ask him. Even if you didn't bring this topic up, I would have, said Wang Wei. With the new bloodline, our sect will have no problem cultivating immortals and insurgents, even etern grade ones. As time passes, we will have too much power. I had already decided that many of you will need to seal yourself and hide from the world or ascend to the upper dimension. Wuxia frowned after hearing this, not showing any joy at this news. Is the balance mechanism this bad? It's not now, but it will be in the future, responded Wang Wei. The Fiend God bloodline is too strong and should not exist in the lower dimension. Wuxia sighed. I will bring the news to them. He was not happy with this information. If it were up to him, the sect should rule the entire lower dimension for all eternity. However, he knew this was impossible, at least not yet. "9:51 Their turn now that this situation has been settled. Wuxia decided to change the topic. Have you thought who will be responsible for breaking the 12 Emperor curse? He had absolute confidence that Wang Tian would win the next Heaven Will battle. In his long life, Wuxia has experienced countless geniuses of the sect, and Wang Tian's talent was one of the few individuals who reached the level of the founders. Sadly, he suffered the same fate as the others. His luck and destiny were too weak. Luckily, Wang Tian gave birth to a monster of a son, thus changing his destiny and luck. Without these two as a barrier in his cultivation journey, his accomplishments would not be lower than the ancestors. Do you want either Kai Song or Jin Mengyao to be the 12th and 13th emperor? Or do you want to use one of the sleeping geniuses of our sect? With the new bloodline, they now have the talent and destiny to compete for these positions. What do you think? Asked Wang Wei, sipping his wine. The 12th emperor does not matter, but the 13th must be unparalleled in strength if they want to break the curse. Honestly, the best option is to wait for your father and have him be the 13th. Wang Wei agreed with this idea. Unfortunately, due to his mother's situation and other factors, his factor cannot wait for so long. If I were to choose between these two, I think Kai Song is the best for the 13th, continued Wuxia. However, personally, I would recommend Li Wenling. Oh, who is that? He's a heaven chosen from the Middle Emperor era, explained Wuxia. He cultivated time Dao, even creating his own acquired physique. He passed the outlaw trial? Yes, nodded Wuxia before sighing. Did something happen? His trial led him to the Chrono-Chaos realm. We tried to get him, but to no avail. Although his soul jade indicated he was alive, we thought he was dead or in a state between life and death. However, he eventually walked out of that forbidden place. But, asked Wang Wei, knowing there were more. By the time he returned, it was too late. The Heaven Will battle had already ended, and he missed it. That's unfortunate. Indeed, Li Wenling's talent was indeed monstrous, and the fact he passed the trial is also an indication of his ability. Alas, Wuxia sighed. Did he say what was inside that place? He refused to say anything on the subject after returning. We didn't press him, and he sealed himself soon afterward. Wang Wei nodded. He did not expect the sect to have such a talent sealed. So what do you think? I have someone in mind for the 13th Emperor. However, there are some things to fix first before making a decision. If things don't work out, I will meet Li Wenling to see if he can take on this task. Wuxia nodded, and they continued to drink and chat. A few hours later, Wang Wei returned home, but his parents were either asleep or cultivating. Wang Wei looked at the stars, thinking deeply. The next meeting of the court is still a few hundred years away. Before then, I need to act. So what should my next task be? He contemplated deeply. It's about time I see her, but before then, I should deal with these forbidden lands. No, my first priority should be the environment. After making a clear plan, Wang Wei decided to act starting tomorrow. Today, he wanted to sleep like a mortal. He turned around to walk to his bed but suddenly stopped. He felt a sensation in his blood. As she succeeded, so fast. He closed his eyes and felt his body. As expected, he felt some change in his bloodline. Wang Wei looked in the distance and noticed the members of the Li and Yan clan began to have drastic changes, while the Wang clan members had mild changes. Wang Wei and the sect had already prepared for this occasion, so no one panicked and did as they planned. Meanwhile, Wang Wei only needed to supervise things. Suddenly, he sensed a call from his bloodline, and he immediately entered his bloodline source. Ancestor, he saluted. Have the changes begun? Asked the Sword Empress directly. Yes. It's good that there is no issue. She nodded with a smile. Okay, I'm leaving. I only wanted to check if there were any problems. She looked at him kindly. Kid, I don't know what you're doing to make our sect's luck so prosperous, but keep doing it. Are my actions helpful to your situation? Could it be that the ancestors can revive with the luck I bring to the sect? Analyzed Wang Wei. She glanced at him. Talking with these Dao overlords is something tiring. You're right. I have gathered enough luck to revive the first brother, and soon, I can revive the second brother. If you continue to develop like this, I might revive everybody. Don't you have things up there to revive them? I do, but I don't dare return to the sect, replied the Sword Empress with a sigh. Even mobilizing the sect's luck has to be done with the utmost prudence. Every time she thinks about how she is forced to run away from these weak rats, hiding away from her own him, she almost vomits blood in anger. Unfortunately, that's how the current situation is. Wang Wei understood the ancestors' plight. Although Mithraea is on her side, the latter is still balanced out by supreme unity. In the current weakened state of the ancestor, these parasites are more than enough to do damage to her or the current Dao opening sect. I understand, nodded Wang Wei. Well, I'm leaving. Hold on, I have a few quick questions. All right, but we don't have long. Wang Wei first told her about supreme unity interfering with the lower dimension. Mithraea warned me about this, and she also said she would take a closer watch on him. That's fine. Wang Wei did not want one of these big guys coming to his realm and interfering with his plan. The second thing is about the taboo battle realm you previously mentioned. Can you tell me more? Is it one of the 13 taboos? No, the name has no relationship with the 13 taboos. It's just a name, replied the Sword Empress. In some Chaos worlds, it's called the Ultimate Battle Realm, the Limit Battle Realm, and some just called it the 11-fold Battle Realm. As for more knowledge on it, it's simple. As long as you can fight Empyreans with only a cultivation of 20% Grand Dao Source, you've reached the Taboo Battle Realm. However, achieving such a feat is more difficult than anyone could imagine, especially since there is a bottleneck between the Great Emperor and the Empyrean realm. Bottleneck? Yes. And it's the kind that even someone like me spent years trying to reach 70% Grand Dao Source, she explained. Back then, we did not have the foundation we have now, so we could not access the rare cultivation resources that can help with that bottleneck. I see. I don't know about the Taboo Battle Realm, so I can't help you much. I can give you a direction, but I don't know if it will work. What do you mean? According to my research back then, I only found 2 people who succeeded, and they had one thing in common. They had a unique Dao body and awakening. What does that mean? I don't know, but that's the information I gathered, so I also tried to improve my Dao body, but I failed. I see. Thanks for the tip. Sword Empress nodded. Anything else? Yes, do you have a pill recipe that would allow an emperor to have the battle prowess of an Empyrean temporarily? Huh? I do, but you won't find the materials for this thing in the lower dimension, so such a thing should be useless to you. It doesn't matter since I need it for something else. That's fine, I guess, she said before waving her hand, sending a message to his mind directly from their bloodline connection. Is there anything else? No. Send my regards to her for me, and don't forget what you promised me. What a cheeky kid, said Sword Empress with a smile. The more she got to know this kid, the more she liked him. Don't worry, I want, she uttered before disappearing. Wang Wei opened his eyes and took a moment to check the information in his mind. His gaze then shifted to the sect, focusing on Li Jun and Yan Liling, who were in retreat. A terrifying battle intent emanated from Li Jun's body. Meanwhile, Yan Liling exuded a power that seemed to contain everything, that seemed to be the source of all things. However, her aura soon changed to that of flame, wood, and intense spiritual power. The origin bloodline seemed more adaptable and malleable than my void bloodline, analyzed Wang Wei. He did not dwell on this for long as his body also underwent subtle changes because of the connection between the 3 clans. His strength even increased by 1 infant fiend god force, reaching 75. (952) innate environment. The Li and Yan clan were in a state of euphoria that lasted way too long. Wang Wei understood their thinking. He promised them he would have their bloodline, but some time has passed, and nothing has happened. Although they knew the sect master would not lie about such a thing, some people could not prevent their minds from wandering. Luckily, they finally saw the fruits of their desire today. Now, they no longer have to listen to the Wang clan bragging and looming their new strength over them. Wang Wei watched all of this while shaking his head. He proceeded to place the same seal in these people's bloodline, forcing them to walk the same path as the Wang clan. As for establishing their awakening ceremony, they have to wait for Li Jun and Yan Liling to prove the Dao. Wang Wei went to bed as planned, completely relaxing for a long time. He woke up the next morning all refreshed and had dinner with his mother. Back to work, uttered Wang Wei as he took the last bite of his meal. He wiped his mouth out of habit, said goodbye to his mother, and disappeared from the sect. Wang Wei appeared above the sky in the central continent. He immediately noticed countless eyes paying attention to him, making him secretly shake his head. His every word and actions will fundamentally affect the entire world, so people pay attention to his every deed. As such, as soon as he showed up, as long as he did not purposely hide things, these lineages would know and pay attention. Wang Wei ignored these people and began his work. He activated his Space Grand Dao Source to create 5 small pocket dimensions, each with an anchor on the 5 continents. These pocket dimensions are closely connected to the Myriad Emperor world, and Wang Wei ensured they were protected. He made it impossible for other people to enter while also reinforcing the space to the best of his ability, meaning even if countless eternal emperors attacked these spaces, they would fail miserably. The next step was to activate his spirit flower ability. Under his control, 5 lotus flowers the size of a planet appeared in each of these dimensions. The flowers proceeded to release a unique light, and the world trembled slightly. Immediately afterward, a great deal of spiritual chi appeared in these dimensions. Few top powerhouses in this world realized these flowers directly connected to source chi space, drawing spiritual chi for the world. Such an act seemed simple, but only these powerhouses knew how difficult it was to access energy from the source chi space without causing trouble. Dao ancestor insurgents can access the source chi space, let alone great emperors. However, it is dangerous to open space tear that leads to the source chi space because it will create what cultivators call chi catastrophe. Too much energy will be released from the source chi space, causing damage to the world and the people in it. Many emperors have tried to find the perfect balance where only a small portion of the energy is released. Some have succeeded, thus creating special secret realms for their factions full of spiritual chi and even some innate chi and immortal chi secret realm. However, no one could succeed on such a large scale as the Heavenly Emperor. Wang Wei did not know what these people were thinking. However, it did not matter since he was too focused on his work. People thought his actions finished after accessing spiritual chi from the source chi space, but it was just the beginning. The 5 flowers' purpose is not only to take energy but also to compress it into innate chi. So, under the entire world's watch, the spiritual chi between heaven and earth in all 5 continents drastically increased at a speed noticeable by even the lowest cultivator. After more than an hour, the world's energy reached a critical point. "Acquire chi," muttered Wang Wei as he observed everything. Acquire chi is still spiritual chi, but it's also the pinnacle of its concentration. It is the line between spiritual chi and innate chi. In ancient times, the purity and concentration of energy decreased with each passing day until the first ray of acquired chi appeared. That's also when humans first appeared in the world. In some ways, the first generations of humans in this world were innate creatures since they were born from heaven and earth. However, these humans were not nourished by innate chi or the laws of heaven and earth, so they were born weak according to the standard of the innate demon gods. However, Wang Wei and many modern scholars could imagine how terrifying the talents of these innate humans were. If they had the chance to practice cultivation techniques, their achievements would have been unparalleled. In this environment, mortals can live between 200 to 300 years even without practicing martial arts or becoming extraordinary citizens, thought Wang Wei. And once the environment contains innate chi, it's not impossible for them to live for thousands of years after practicing martial arts and spiritual power. As soon as he had these thoughts, he frowned. His eyes changed, and he saw something. "I see. This era is different from ancient times before the path of emperor opened. In this era, the road of longevity is strictly controlled, so the lifespan limit of mortals is 500 years. Many truths flashed in Wang Wei's eyes as he saw the essence of the world. This also means that the innate demon gods below Tier 10 cannot have unlimited lifespans even in this environment. Even humans who awakened innate laws will only have longer lifespans than expected, but they cannot be immortal unless they become primarchs. Wang Wei became jealous of these ancient creatures for a moment. They could so easily achieve immortality, albeit a conditional one. However, he soon realized it made no sense for him to be jealous since he was truly immortal. So, he focused on his work. The first ray of innate chi appeared in the world, and Wang Wei ensured it appeared in the Dao opening sect, giving such achievement to his sect and central continent. After the first ray, more and more innate chi appeared all over the world. Under Wang Wei's control, 50% of the world was full of innate chi before slowing down. Now, is it only a water-grinding process? The world will eventually be filled with innate chi, but it cannot be done overnight. The fact it reached 50% so quickly was due to his active effort. Let's finish the last step, thought Wang Wei. He pointed his finger in the sky, and an array that resembled a magic circle covered the entire world. Wang Wei flicked his finger as he fused countless resources into the array, most of which were emperor grade. Once he finished, the world trembled slightly for a second time, and more spiritual qi entered, which then prompted the 5 flowers to work even harder to make innate qi. Wang Wei's plan to change the environment started when he was a mortal after visiting the Heavenly Tree Village after the Spirit Road trial. Back then, he did not have his spirit flower ability or know he would get it. Therefore, his original plan to change the environment was to get outside energy and convert it into spiritual qi. So, he asked his sect to create such a formation. As for the source of this outside energy, Wang Wei's choice was obvious: the void or chaotic space energy outside of the myriad emperor world in the endless void. Such energy is basically limitless in the endless void, and it's the reason why weak cultivators cannot travel outside their worlds or planes. Wang Wei felt it was wasteful not to use it, hence the plan. The formation had to function, convert void energy into spiritual qi, and compress spiritual qi into innate qi. However, compared to the spirit flowers, the compressing was subpar. Regardless, under Wang Wei's control, the innate qi in the environment soon reached 80%. Furthermore, he knew after reaching 100%, the first innate demon gods would once again walk the earth. Wang Wei's job was finished. He dispersed the 5 pocket dimensions, making them invisible and inaccessible to everyone. As the foundation of the world, he did not want any enemies to attack them and weakened the myriad emperor world. He fused the void qi array into the world's core and granted heavenly Tao control over it. Swish! The sky changed as countless visions enveloped the world. Purple merit manifested above heaven before splitting into different portions. 80% of it descended on Wang Wei's hand. Of the remaining 20%, 15% went to miscellaneous one for creating the formation, and the remaining 5% went to the people who helped in the process. Wang Wei smiled in satisfaction. He knew this was not the end of the merit. As the world evolved and became more prosperous, heavenly Tao will reward them again. Without hesitation, he cut off the majority of the merit and sent them to the Emperor Enlightening Academy and the Western Bliss sect, paying part of his debt. The environment has returned to innate. All the court's gods must ensure nothing happens to their area during the transition. Wang Wei's voice echoed throughout the world, and these gods and emperor lineages guessed what they meant. The entire world was about to experience drastic change due to the introduction of innate qi. Mountains, forests, lakes, rivers, and spiritual veins will appear out of nowhere in a matter of days. Already existing mountains will grow taller, and more earthquakes, volcano eruptions, hurricanes, and tsunamis will occur as new spiritual materials begin to grow rapidly in dangerous areas that can affect the weather. New secret dimensions will be born and appear, releasing spatial fluctuations that are extremely dangerous. Animals, who are more sensitive to energy than humans, will become demon beasts. If not properly controlled, they could cause chaos and mayhem. Furthermore, many animals will awaken hidden bloodlines in their bodies, which is good news for the demon race and the sea race. However, humans will also benefit. Many people will also awaken dormant bloodlines. More talented humans will be born under the nourishment of innate qi, and some people who were previously mortals without a leakless body will acquire cultivation qualifications. Lastly, as the protagonist of this world, the majority of the lucky fortunate encounters that just appeared in this world will belong to humans. After Wang Wei's orders, all the gods began to work together to ensure their mortal civilizations could survive this change without any issues. 953 Comparing the two systems. After instructing the sex people to deal with the current situation, Wang Wei returned home as he had a few things to do. Firstly, he finally took the time to check the formula the Sword Empress gave him. As expected, it was extremely complicated, and the materials were things he had never heard of. Wang Wei waved his hand. He used his power of fate to divine these materials to learn about their uses, growing environment, and even some of their history. In a few minutes, he knew these materials better than an alchemist who spent countless yuan epochs studying them. This went better than I expected, muttered Wang Wei. The next step was to stimulate refining this pill in his mind. However, he soon discovered with his current alchemy grand Tao source, he could not refine such a high-level emperor tier pill. Well, it doesn't matter. As long as I successfully stimulate the refining process, my plan will work. He placed on the agenda to raise his minor grand Tao source like alchemy and weapon refining. After that, Wang Wei took out a bunch of cultivation techniques all from the ancient era. With the new environment, it's about time for him to update the origin system. However, he decided to wait a while and observed the world's reaction. He first wanted to see if the ancient clan would be stupid enough to secretly spread the primordial god system, trying to encroach on the Tao opening sects, Tao Father Luck. Although they appeared to have changed, he was still skeptical. Secondly, he wanted to see how the current origin system would fare in the current environment before his intervention. The changes in the environment are a perfect time for geniuses born at the wrong time to innovate their technique, thus entering the Dui realm. So, he wanted to see what they would come up with and see if some would inspire him for the upcoming upgrade. Although Wang Wei had an outline, he was not satisfied with the final result, so he wanted some inspiration from the ancient system. The first stage of the ancient system, also called the primordial god system, was the blood chi realm. This realm was the same as the current era body refining realm, cultivating the Bodhis blood chi. The blood chi cultivated by the ancient system should be purer than the origin system as they used innate chi and acquire chi to cultivate, analyzed Wang Wei. He waved his hand to condense a mortal clone of himself. Then, the clone began to cultivate the first stage of the origin system but using innate chi. The blood chi is indeed purer and more potent based on the environment, commented Wang Wei before creating a second mortal clone. But this one used the ancient system to cultivate his blood chi. The purity and potency are the same no matter the cultivation system. His clones have the same physique, soul, memories, and spirit and absorb the same amount of innate chi. The result was their blood chi was the same, meaning the starting point of these two systems was the same. After seeing this result, Wang Wei focused on the second stage, Iron Bone Copper Skin realm. The ancient system did not open their Dantian or Divine Sea. They continued on the path of training the body, training the skin, muscles, tendons, bones, and organs. Wang Wei had his clones reach the second stage and battle it out. The result was that the ancient system clone was the final winner. The latter could completely ignore the damage from the origin clone's origin chi. So it was a brutal defeat. That's concerning, muttered Wang Wei, who quickly discovered the crux of the issue. The origin chi condensed by the clone was purer as it used innate chi, but it did not sublimate to a higher level. Wang Wei continued his observation for the third stage, Rune Body Realm. In this realm, the ancient clone condensed runes with his powerful blood chi and spiritual power, and these runes resonated with heaven and earth. After fusing these runes into the body, it reached another level. The heaven-opening emperor probably created this realm after seeing that female primordial gods cultivating. He saw the Tao rhymes releasing from her body, but he could not understand them. So, he copied them and created a lesser version in the form of Tao runes. By then, he should have been only in Tier 2, so his understanding must be quite high to pull off such a feat worthy of my ancestor, muttered. After praising the heaven-opening emperor, he had the two clones fight, trying to see the result between the divine altar realm and rune body realm. The final result was still a win for the ancient system. However, it was not because of strength difference but because the ancient clone had unparalleled endurance, so he forced the origin clone to use more origin chi than it could replenish from the environment. The divine veins is a brilliant method that actually improves a cultivator's control of spiritual chi between heaven and earth. However, the Tao runes also have a similar effect. One walked the path of chi, and the other walked the path of essence, body. The fourth stage was the bloodline seed realm, where ancient cultivators implemented their first bloodline. In this stage, the bodies and spirits of ancient cultivators are strong enough to survive the infusion of innate demons or primordial gods' bloodlines. Their strength will reach another level after the baptism of their chosen bloodline. They will also awaken divine abilities. However, the bloodline used can only be considered a seed of potential because cultivators cannot bear high bloodlines. So, they must continue to develop the strength of their bloodlines. Wang Wei stimulated a battle between the clones in this realm. The origin system finally showed an advantage because of the versatility of origin source, which allows them to use different spells. Meanwhile, the ancient clone can only use a few divine abilities based on their bloodline. However, based on how powerful the bloodline is, it's possible to overwhelm the supernatural cultivator. However, the origin clone can also use unique innate talents, and in a worst-case scenario, they can destroy their potential by using their good fortune flame. The fifth stage is the Bloodline Awakening realm. In this realm, the ancient cultivators have achieved a second awakening of their bloodline, thus tempering their bodies to a higher level and awakening more potent divine abilities. The battle simulated by Wang Wei between the two clones was barely a tie. The divine body realm clone suffered from a weaker body despite tempering it again in the human stage. The origin clone had a slight advantage after opening his orifice, sublimating his spirit and soul in the earth stage. As for the heaven stage, where he controlled the power of heaven and earth, the ancient clone did the same thing with their bloodline. The sixth stage was the true spirit realm, where the ancient cultivators fused their souls or spirits into their bodies, achieving a true spirit. In this realm, they gained incredible regeneration. As long as a part of their flesh exists, they can regenerate and revive themselves because of their soul. The battle result in this stage was relatively equal. The ancient clone was difficult to kill, while the origin clone could save his life by abandoning his body and running away with his primordial spirit. The seventh tier is the Law Awakening realm, where the ancient cultivators awakened the law in their bloodline. It's in this stage where they can awaken their innate law. In this stage, the origin systems won as void-shattering cultivators already comprehended the law, while the ancient systems were still in the process of awakening. The eighth tier is the Law Comprehension realm. The name revealed its purpose. The battle between these two systems became somewhat unique. The origin system's saint will dominate the ancient system with their domain, rendering it useless. However, that's only applicable to people who have not awakened innate laws. By then, the domain's power becomes useless, and the final winner will depend on the individual's comprehension. Logically speaking, saints should have a deeper understanding than Law Comprehension realm, but that was not completely true. The time the ancient cultivators spent awakening their law was not in vain, as it allowed them to become extremely in tune with the law, granting them higher control over it than the origin system. The ninth stage is the Law Body realm. The ancient cultivators would use their laws to modify their physical bodies to resemble innate demons or primordial gods. The system's version of the Quasi-Emperor realm was once the law body reached a certain size and its power reached beyond the normal law body or supreme realm. The clones' confrontation in these two realms was also relatively equal. Wang Wei preferred the ancient system at the supreme realm as the body of a supreme is too weak and fragile before they fuse with their dharma body. However, the strength of each system was relatively the same. Each has their own advantage, commented Wang Wei. In the early stages, the ancient system had a clear advantage. In the middle stages, the origin system only shines because of the innate talent and suicide method of the good fortune flame. However, I'm not a big fan of the ancient system because of their over-reliance on bloodline. The origin system's law path is better, in my opinion, than the ancient system. However, it's worth learning how the ancient system became extremely in tune with the law at Tier 7. In the law path, the ancient system relies more on better control supplemented by a powerful body. Meanwhile, the origin system focuses more on a deeper understanding of the law and sublimating it. I have many ideas on how to improve the origin system, but let's wait. Maybe I can find more inspirations from the genesis of this era and from other cultivation systems. "954 The Sovereign of Dream. The simulations took Wang Wei a few days, and such a time was enough to see how the world was dealing with the recent changes. He scanned the entire world with his divine sense and nodded in satisfaction. These factions knew this was an opportunity to acquire merit points, so they went all out to protect their domains and areas. In the past few days, a few new immortal lineages appeared in the world, as these supreme lands used their merit point to exchange for an immortal mansion. Although they exchanged all their savings in the past few hundred years, it was worth it. I don't know whether this exchange is good or not, thought Wang Wei. After the mortal civilizations reach their peak, it won't be so easy to acquire merit points. Moreover, Wang Wei could foresee heavenly Dao increasing the price of immortal mansions and grand Dao source seed in the future. Well, it doesn't matter to me, thought Wang Wei as he focused on something else. He waved his hand and sent something to the Eternal Dream Sect. Afterward, he disappeared from the world, reaching another world community. This community was ruled by the Heavenwell world called Desolate Point World. Wang Wei looked at this Heavenwell world, thinking of the information he knew. Before the Heavenwell battle, this world suffered a terrible catastrophe in the form of an eternal emperor tier void beast, almost destroying their cultivation civilization. Wang Wei looked at it before heading somewhere else. This was not his destination. He appeared in a world on top of a mountain. The first thing he noticed was how vast this world was. According to his scan, this world was 30% the size of the Myriad Emperor world. Such a size was shocking. Most Great Thousand Worlds were the size between 5 to 10% of their world community's Heavenwell world. The second thing Wang Wei noticed was the majestic Qi Luck dragon of this world, traveling around the entire world. Without anyone seeing it, the dragon seems to be checking up on its territory, ensuring the people are satisfied and there are no people causing problems. This Qi Luck dragon is so spiritual. It's almost like a living creature, thought Wang Wei before sighing. Every time I think this place originated from the small Great Xia dynasty, I can't help but think of the vicissitudes of life. Wang Wei teleported to a beautiful white and black palace at the center of this world. He did not barge in with his cultivation power, but he also no longer hid his aura, waiting for the owner to invite him in. As expected, a few minutes later, a eunuch came out of the palace, looking at him. "Is your excellency, Wang?" The eunuch did not dare finish his words as he suddenly felt it was a great offense to utter this being's name. His intuition told him he would suffer great karmic calamity if he uttered the latter's name. "I'm sorry for the offense," said the eunuch swiftly in his shrill voice. "It's fine," replied Wang Wei. "Your Majesty is waiting for you." He did not even dare to look this person in the eyes. "Lead the way." Wang Wei calmly followed him while observing the surroundings. Meanwhile, the eunuch was trembling in the front. He suddenly felt it was a great offense to walk before the being before him. Unfortunately, this was his job. Wang Wei noticed the eunuch's behavior, but there was nothing he could do about it. His life form was entirely on a different dimension than this person. So, even if he did not release any aura or was malicious, that's how most people would behave before him. However, the main reason for the eunuch's situation is psychological problems or state of mind. If his willpower were firm enough, the situation would not have developed to such a state. "You can leave, I will go the rest of the way alone." The eunuch felt relieved before becoming entangled. "Don't worry, she won't blame you." He sighed in relief, bowed 90 degrees to Wang Wei before basically running away as fast as possible. Wang Wei did not mind and continued to his destination, the palace garden. He smiled after arriving at his destination, thinking how he would bring people to the court's garden when he wanted a more peaceful and relaxed atmosphere. It seems all great rulers think the same. He made a small joke before reaching his destination. In a small pavilion next to a flower garden was a beautiful woman dressed in a white monarch robe with 9 golden dragons and 9 red phoenixes embroidered in. She had a strange aura that seemed to mix many things together, some of which should not be fused but were perfectly done so. She was beautiful, noble, proud, and domineering, like a supreme ruler who decided the lives of trillions of lives. She also was ethereal, like a sweet dream that no one could ever forget. Underneath that etherealness was an eerie darkness akin to endless nightmares. "Ms. Dong, long time no see," said Wang Wei as he approached the pavilion. He sat down on the cushion opposite her. "Yes, it's been a long time," nodded Dong Lifan as she poured tea. Her facial expression was calm, but her pale face indicated her injury had not completely healed. After serving the tea to both of them, she started the conversation. "As expected, you were the final winner." She had secretly watched the Desolate Point's emperor proving the Tao. The latter was only peak first-class emperor, slightly short of becoming a pseudo-eternal. However, the aura he released was nothing compared to the person before him. Indeed, nodded Wang Wei before sighing. If you were not stubborn, you could have proven the Tao in this generation as well. Stubborn. Yes, I was a little too headstrong, she nodded, which surprised Wang Wei. He thought she would refute his words and continued her obstinate determination. Surprised? A little, replied Wang Wei, who felt his chances of accomplishing his task had drastically increased. Dong Lifan shook her head. After almost dying, I also realized the shortcoming of my path. Wang Wei sighed. Dong Lifan's cultivation journey was legendary. Her accomplishment will forever be remembered in the annals of history of the entire Eternal Ascension world. And that's because she opened a new path of immortality. After giving her control of the Great Xia dynasty and the entire Warring Kingdom world, she began her path of a supreme sovereign. With her cultivation in the divine altar realm and control over the dynasty's qi luck, her strength was unrivaled. Therefore, Dong Lifan had no problem controlling things, even suppressing the people who thought they had a chance now that the king had left. Afterward, she focused on cultivating. Wang Wei left her a technique from the Eternal Dream sect that led directly to the Quasi-Emperor world. He also previously told her to use luck to fix her foundation, making up for the fact she only reached the 9th layer in the body-tempering realm. After reaching the supernatural realm and ensuring she had battle strength above her realm, she began her plan: invade a middle thousand world. Dong Lifan sent supernatural realm cultivators to ascend. These people's task was to gather information and resources and set up a base for her invasion. She secretly ascended and cultivated. After reaching the divine body realm, she was already confident to conquer the world, and that's exactly what she did. With the Great Shao dynasty's more modern way of warfare using constructs, it did not take long to conquer a world called the Six Yuan world and fused it with the Warring Kingdom world. The next step after the conquest was simple: recuperate, rule the world with benevolence, and ensure the prosperity of the people. With excellent governance that focused on the livelihood of the people and strict control of cultivators, Dong Lifan was able to assimilate the people of this world into Great Xia. Then, the luck of her dynasty prospered, and her cultivation soon broke the limit of a middle thousand world and entered the void-shattering realm. So, the next step was obvious: a Great Thousand world. Dong Lifan only needed to repeat the same step. Even better, with her cultivation of Tier 7, she could suppress the entire world, defeat all the true monarchs, Tier 9, and even kill ordinary quasi-emperors, 9-5. With her strength, Dong Lifan was more aggressive in conquering the Great Thousand World Black Ocean world. Sadly, fate was against her. Or maybe her path was too smooth, so she needed to pass a calamity. The world she targeted happened to one of the rare Great Thousand Worlds who gave birth to a Tao ancestor. So, one day, while Dong Lifan was planning the next territory to take over, a giant palm descended from the heavens. Luckily for her, she borrowed the luck of the dynasty to boost her strength to a higher level. Furthermore, the opponent did not seem to want to kill her. Therefore, Dong Lifan ran away with severe injuries after losing all her troops and foundation in that world. Of course, such a defeat was not enough to stop the Sovereign of Dream. After recuperating both from her injuries and previous loss, she targeted another Great Thousand world. She only needed to be cautious. The end result was a success. So, Dong Lifan's ambitions grew, targeting a heavenward world. However, she learned from her mistake, so she chose to conquer countless Great Thousand worlds and fused them with the Warring Kingdom world, elevating them to a higher level. She also took into consideration Wang Wei and the Tao opening sect, so she moved the Warring Kingdom world to another world community. While conquering the Great Thousand world, Dong Lifan also began to temper herself by fighting with the Heaven Chosen of the Desolate Point world. Sadly, she found them mediocre and suppressed all of them before disappearing. Even the current Great Emperor was easily suppressed by her back then. After returning from the Desolate Point world, Dong Lifan had an interesting thought. Could Qi luck be used as a medium to control the Grand Tao source? Great emperors used their souls while Tao ancestors used their inner world. So why couldn't she use the chi luck of her dynasty? After years of research and cultivation, she successfully created the Fortune Dynasty Immortal Path. After that, her ambitions grew, and she wanted to know what would happen if she could swallow or conquer a heavenswell world. Luck was on her side as the Desolate Point had experienced a catastrophe, thus drastically weakening them. Unfortunately, Dong Lifen's strength was far from reaching the level of conquering a heavenwell world with insurgents. Luckily for her, Wang Wei guessed her intention and sent someone from the sect to protect her. Wang Wei looked at her and could tell her strength. Her physical body was already on par with 2 root Dao ancestors. After borrowing the power of the Grand Dao Source, her strength would reach the limit of 5 root with 999% Grand Dao Source control. If not for the limitations of true heavenly Dao, she might have achieved an alternate 10 Supremacy Foundation, he analyzed before sighing. If Dong Lifen had better luck and was born into a top emperor lineage, she could have achieved an alternative 10 Supremacy Foundation, just like she achieved an alternate 9 Supremacy Foundation. Her faction only needed to help her destroy a weak heaven will at all costs, allowing her to swallow it. Such a price was nothing to create a potent eternal supreme. I want to take this opportunity to thank you for saving my life, she said. No problem. After all, we are considered old friends. Maybe, she nodded. So what brings you here? I have a feeling this was not just a normal sentimental visit. Wang Wei smiled. I guess I will be direct. I came to recruit you? Recruit? Yes. I want you to join the Dao Opening Sect and become our 13th emperor. Dong Lifen frowned as she felt this short sentence contained much information. So, she decided to get clarification first. "955 recruitment, and I would like to remind everybody that the 2 extra chapters you receive every week are the courtesy of Black Jesus 1999. It's for the castle gift he gave a while ago. I promised extra chapters and am delivering. Don't say I did not keep my word and slander me online. Why are you recruiting me and why am I the 13th emperor? If I remember correctly, you should be the 10th? Wang Wei raised his hand to condense a talisman with a bunch of information. Although he could directly input them into her mind, he still showed her respect, not only because of their former friendship but because of her accomplishments. Dong Lifen took the talisman and used her divine sense to review everything. 9 Emperor Curse, Immeasurable Emperor, Heavenly Court, 12 Emperor Curse, Balance Mechanism. As she muttered these key terms, she began to look at Wang Wei with a little bit more awe. Previously, she only thought he was a powerful eternal emperor but did not care much. With her current strength, she had absolute confidence to prove the Tao and also become an eternal. But now, she understood that her old friend's achievements were even more legendary than hers. I guess I should not be surprised since it's coming from you. She was no longer than the ignorant little girl they met. Over the years, she has traveled far and wide and knew how unique many of Wang Wei's ideas and thoughts were. So, she's not that surprised that someone like that would create miracles and wonders during his cultivation journey. Dong Lifen took a moment to think about the entire situation. I owe you and the Tao Opening Sect a great karma for saving my life and taking care of my master. Although she had not seen her master in nearly 1,000,000 years, she still remembered her, and Dong Lifen considered her one of the few people close to her heart. As the saying goes, a master-disciple relationship is as strong as any daughter and mother. However, it's not enough to just join you. So, what can you offer me? Wang Wei took a sip of his tea. He was not surprised by her words. With Dong Lifen's current achievements, few things could interest her. So, things that any emperor lineage could offer, like resources, unique techniques, backup protection, or secret knowledge, she can acquire all of them after proving the Tao. It depends on what you want, replied Wang Wei. What is your pursuit? Do you want to continue the Great Xia dynasty or have other goals? Dong Lifen did not answer him immediately. She looked in the distance, her eyes overseeing the entire dynasty. In an instant, she saw the lives of countless citizens. For a long time, I was obsessed with the dynasty, believing it was my duty to make sure it prospers, she uttered in a soft voice. However, what happened? I realized I had long accomplished that goal. Even worse, my ambitions and greed often led my people to danger. So, you've let go? You could say that. So, what are you pursuing now? I just want to be happy, she replied calmly. Wang Wei swirled his tea before taking a sip. A simple goal, but not easily achieved. Yes, agreed Dong Lifen, looking him in the eyes. The cultivation world is cruel. Even if I step out from the world, at any moment, someone could come to ruin my happiness. So, you need strength to protect your happiness. Wang Wei resonated with that sentiment. His desire is only to be free from all constraints and fetters. However, his desire opposed the very nature of society, which is full of rules and regulations. So, even back on Earth, his goal could not be fulfilled, let alone the cultivation world that is 1,000,000 times more complex. Do you know the realms after the great emperor? Asked Wang Wei. I don't, admitted Dong Lifen. One of her weaknesses was her lack of background, so she did not have access to such information. However, it did not matter since changing the situation was one of her agenda after proving the Tao. At Tier 11, there are normal Empyreans who can create world and life with a wave of their hands, followed by everlasting Empyreans who understand their true self and escape the shackles of reincarnation. Tier 12, there are paragons and boundless paragons. I don't know much, but in this realm, these beings treat the river of time like their back garden, and the influence of fate on them reaches the lowest level possible. Dong Lifen took a moment to savor these words. She could fathom how powerful these realms were just by the short description. So her eyes showed a look of desire. Do you think this is the end? Continued Wang Wei. Paragons used to be the rulers of the universe until my ancestor did some world-changing events in the upper dimension, bringing the world the realm of half-step transcendence. Transcendence, muttered Dong Lifen. As she uttered these words, she immediately felt the power contained in them. She had a feeling that all sentient beings, all cultivators, should pursue that single word. Wang Wei secretly smiled when he saw her reaction. If you want to protect your happiness, you need strength. I will admit the Tao opening sect cannot give you much help in the lower dimension. However, it's another thing after you ascend. After your experience, you should understand how much easier cultivation can be with the correct background. Dong Lifen greatly agreed with that last statement. As a self-made, successful cultivator, she knew how hard it was without the appropriate background. She was not arrogant to the point she could not admit part of her success was due to the help of her friend before her. Had he not given her control of the warring kingdom world, she did not know what path her life would have taken. But the chances of it being as glorious as now were very small. I must say, I'm tempted, said Dong Lifen, but I cannot make such a decision lightly. If you have any concerns, you can ask me. She looked at him. My intuition is telling me you're not telling me everything. What do you mean? How do I explain it? I feel like your promise is real, but at the same time, empty inside. I don't understand why I have this sensation. Wang Wei laughed after hearing this. Your intuition is correct. Oh, is there any secret? The current situation of the upper dimension is not ideal, replied Wang Wei before condensing more information for her. So, Dong Lifen knew about the blockage of the lower dimension, the confrontation between the two suns, and the involvement of the 8 parasites. How could this be? She muttered. She did not expect such a drastic thing to happen in the upper dimension. Although she knew little about the place, she also did not expect things to be so bad. How is the Tao opening sect? She asked, going directly to the crux of the problem. Already caring about your future sect? I see you're as shameless as I remember. It's called being thick-skinned, no, being strategically minded, replied Wang Wei with a smile. To answer your question, it's probably sealed, not allowing anyone entry or exit. Dong Lifen nodded, but she became quiet, thinking about what choice to make. You don't have to worry about them, added Wang Wei. Oh, why do you say that? According to my predictions, True heavenly Tao will change the time flow rate after I ascend, making the time of the upper dimension pass faster. So, by the time you ascend, I should have taken care of these parasites. Destiny? She asked. Yes. I thought you would reject such a thing. I'm not pedantic, replied Wang Wei. These people will stand in my way one way or the other. If I can use heaven and earth's help to get rid of them, why not bear the burden of destiny? True, nodded Dong Lifan, analyzing the situation. Changing the time flow rate is a good move to prevent the lower dimension from being too affected by this battle. If these 7 individuals are not dealt with, more great emperors from the lower dimension will ascend and get entangled in this messy situation. So, it's best to deal with them as soon as possible and reduce their influence. So, what do you think? Asked Wang Wei. I am tempted, but I also have reservations. Tell me and we'll see if we can come up with a solution. Firstly, I do not know whether I will fit in with the other people of the Tao opening sect, said Dong Lifan. Secondly, there is the issue of trust. I did not grow up in the sect nor show any signs of loyalty. So, will they truly trust me and treat me as their own? Dong Lifan knew there was a reason sects accepted young disciples. It's easier to cultivate loyalty and obedience at such an age. But it was different for her. These issues are not much of a problem, said Wang Wei. Your master has agreed to become the sect's protector, so you already have a foundation of loyalty. Trust can be slowly cultivated. I have a lot of plans, some of which will require a talent like yourself. So, as long as you contribute to the sect, trust will no longer be an issue. As for things like betrayal, I'm sure you won't do anything stupid like that. Dong Lifan's eyes squinted as she understood his meaning. If she betrayed the sect, there wouldn't be a place in the world for her. Her fate would be to be hunted down, and if she dared ascend, that would be her end. Of course, I also acknowledge your side of the situation, continued Wang Wei. I promise to leave you with something in case the sect is the one who betrays you. Wang Wei did not think the members of his sect were infallible. Therefore, he also took into consideration Dong Lifan's perspective. In that case, I agree, replied Dong Lifan. I admire your decisiveness. I wouldn't achieve what I have if I did not have such a trait. True, nodded Wang Wei, who felt relieved after hearing the positive answer. Before coming here, he was unsure because he knew Dong Lifan was extremely attached to the Great Xia dynasty. Luckily, fate was in his favor. Chapter 956 Heavenly King. So, what's next? Asked Dong Lifan. Do you want me to leave with you now? Depends. What's your plan for Great Xia? Dong Lifan pondered for a moment. According to my original idea, the next step was to fuse with the dynasty. According to the Fortune Dynasty path she created, once the ruler reached the minimum standard of borrowing the strength of the Grand Tao source with their chi luck, the next step was to permanently fuse with the dynasty, becoming something akin to a Tao ancestor's inner world. You have reservations about this path? Asked Wang Wei. Yes. It's fine if others do it, but the dynasty will become a major weakness to me, explained Dong Lifan. Her path has its advantages compared to Tao ancestors. The main one is the base strength of people in her path will be stronger than Tao ancestors because of the blessing of Chi Luck Dragon. Additionally, with a vast enough dynasty and prosperous luck, it's easier for the people in her path to become insurgent. However, there is also a major downside: the dynasty. If a Tao ancestor's inner world is destroyed, their strength will be decreased drastically, but they can also rebuild it. However, it's different for a dynasty. After losing so many civilians, the dynasty's chi luck will be extinguished, and it's virtually impossible to return to the peak. In other words, the people who walked her path would be severely restricted by their dynasty. If they lose it, they will also lose their strength and maybe immortality. Wang Wei understood her hesitation. Losing the dynasty would indeed be a major blow. Although the people in your path won't lose their immortality, they probably won't be able to regain their strength after a very long time. Their only choice might be to change to the Tao ancestor path. That's what I'm worried about, nodded Dong Lifan. If she loses access to Great Xia, She is still powerful because of her fleshy body and because she has been exposed to the grand Tao source. However, the people who followed her path won't be so lucky unless they follow her example and temper their bodies to a high enough level. However, there is a reason why few people can accomplish great things in the body refining path. Additionally, she has special authority as the founder of this path. True heavenly Tao won't have a problem if she changes to the emperor path. However, it's not the same for others. Just like immortal venerables and Tao ancestors cannot participate in the heaven will and become a great emperor. My suggestion for you is to fuse the dynasty with your soul, said Wang Wei. Oh, why? The process can turn all citizens into spiritual lifeforms bonded to your soul. After you prove the Tao and become eternal, your soul will also become eternal. Dong Lifen's eyes lit up as she understood the benefit of such a method. As long as she is alive, these people will also be alive, achieving another form of immortality. Even if her soul were destroyed, as long as she healed or revived herself, these dead people of the dynasty would also return. There are even more benefits to this path, continued Wang Wei. With an entire dynasty in your soul, you might achieve 7 to 8% grand Tao boosts after proving the Tao. If you add the boost of Qi luck, that's another 2 to 3%. Wang Wei knew this was not the limit since Qi luck's boost could continue to increase. You can walk a unique path of a spiritual fortune dynasty, he continued. His eyes became excited. You can convince other immortal venerables, Tao ancestors, and other paths to fuse with your spiritual dynasty, granting them pseudo-eternal characteristics. Dong Lifen squinted her eyes as she understood the implications of these words. There is a great divide between the emperor path and all other ways of immortality, and that disunity is the eternal characteristic. Great emperors and eternals have too many ways to escape death. Meanwhile, no matter how powerful an immortal sovereign or Tao ancestor, they will die after being killed once. However, now they can achieve the same eternal characteristics as long as they fuse with her. Although their new immortality is based on Dong Lifen's survival, many people will be tempted by the offer, especially if she can become a boundless paragon, which is almost impossible to kill. This idea is excellent, she uttered. The higher the cultivation, the more afraid of death most people are. If they can find a way to save their lives, many people will agree. Her eyes shone brilliantly. I can even recruit other people by making contracts. They will fuse with me and I can use their strength, but they won't be under my control. In return, they will acquire the eternal characteristics they desire. These contracts can even be limited to a certain number of years. Wang Wei secretly praised her as he had the same thought. Of course, all of this lies in your inability to die easily. So, you must become an eternal emperor, followed by everlasting empyrean and boundless paragon. Lastly, if you have a lineage like the Tao opening sect as your backer, people will be more confident in your survival ability. Dong Lifen nodded. It's indeed a good choice to join the Tao opening sect. Although she had let go of her obsession with Great Xia, she felt a pain thinking about completely abandoning it. However, with this method, the dynasty can continue accompanying her journey of the Tao. So, the way forward for my heavenly King Wei is to fuse with the soul and sea of consciousness. The citizens will become spirit lifeforms bound to the ruler's soul. Although heavenly kings won't have eternal characteristics, they can revive their dead citizens as long as they survive and their souls heal from any damage. Heavenly King, is that the name you chose? Yes, is something wrong? No. I just thought all these paths with different but similar names were too confusing. Wang Wei just thought how a normal mortal would try to keep all these names and paths in their minds. There are Heavenly Primarchs, which is Tier 12, now there is the Heavenly King, the Tier 10 of another system. Not to mention Immortal Kings, the Tier 12 of another system. If you add the soul path he is going to create, there are too many names with synonyms of the words King, Ruler, or Emperor. Dong Lifen glanced at him but did not say anything. So Wang Wei changed the subject. How much time do you need to finish everything here? Dong Lifen took a moment. I will announce the fusion and give people the choice to fuse or leave. I will leave a few void boats for the ordinary people who do not want to refuse, taking them to another world. The entire process should take a month. That's not long, nodded Wang Wei. He could wait for such a short period. I remember you once mentioned a destined woman for you, Dong Lifan suddenly said. Did you find her? I did, said Wang Wei with the most brilliant smile ever. She must be a wonderful woman, that she is. Well, I can't wait to meet her. In that case, you will be disappointed, said Wang Wei with a smile. After seeing her confused look, he explained, things are complicated, so she's not here now. I see, she nodded, dedicated not to pry further. What about you? Anyone special? Yes, my husband, replied Dong Lifan with a gentle smile. Oh, Wang Wei was slightly surprised as he only asked randomly. He did not sense anyone in the palace who had dragon destiny, so she thought she did not have a king. Who is the lucky man? A scholar with the purest heart I've ever met, replied Dong Lifan, a brilliant smile hanging on the side of her mouth. He reminded me of the young me before you arrived. She remembered when they met. One day, she went on one of her strolls to tour the dynasty and check the people's lives. Then, she met a young scholar who was famous in the town and was serving as the town chief. The people loved him because of his benevolent rule, but the merchants and aristocrats around saw him as a stupid man and took advantage of his kind nature. Dong Lifan was intrigued and wanted to meet a scholar. She wondered how a civil servant of the dynasty could be so stupid. She checked on him and realized the latter was not stupid but too kind. He knew these people took advantage of him, but he did not care. Dong Lifan reprimanded him and told him to be tough when needed. She left after the tour, but a few months later, she could not help but want to check on the scholar. She discovered he remained the same despite her warning. So she began to check on him regularly. Ultimately, they got to know each other and fell in love. He sounds like a great guy. I would love to meet him. Dong Lifan's eyes dimmed a little. He's dead. The hardest day in her life was the failure to conquer the Black Ocean world, and not because she almost died. One of the reasons she survived that palm was because of her husband. The man had the purest soul she had ever met, so when he sacrificed it to protect her, he managed to block the palm and buy enough time for her to mobilize the dynasty's luck. He also left great protection in her body, granting her great vitality for healing. Do you want me to revive him for you? Asked Wang Wei. He's already reincarnated. I'm just waiting, she said. Wang Wei looked at her, feeling guilty. A little, she replied with a sigh. My ambitions got him killed, and even afterward, I did not stop. I'm a little scared to meet him again. If he is as king as you said, I am sure he'll forgive you. I know he will, but am not ready to forgive myself. I cannot help you with such a thing as self-forgiveness, commented Wang Wei. My advice to you is to see him and tell him the truth. Maybe he can help you work through it. Maybe. You're right. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc. Please let us know, report, so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 957 Preparations. Dong Lifan did not waste time. She sent the news about the fusion and allowed the citizens to choose their own path. As expected, more than 96% of people chose to follow her. These people knew their majesty was the source of their prosperity. So without her, their lives might return to the terrible state before the great Xia took over. As for the ones who chose another path, they had multiple reasons. Most of these people were not true supporters of Dong Lifan and only wanted to use the dynasty for their own ambitions. The others rejected the idea of relying on someone else for their life or immortality. Some simply wanted to live a normal or ordinary life. No matter what choice these people made, Dong Lifan did not stop them. She left a void boat to transport these individuals to another world. Afterward, she proceeded with the fusion. A terrifying swallowing power emanated from Dong Lifan's Naiwan acupoint, and the entire world was rapidly shrinking as they entered her head. It was like there was an invisible black hole in the middle of her forehead that was swallowing everything in its path. A mighty aura spread out from Dong Lifen's aura. A river of chains manifested before her as she raised her to mobilize her grand Tao source, the power of dreams and nightmares condensed in her hand before disappearing. "How do you feel?" asked Wang Wei. "Complete and flawless," she replied. The dynasty was no longer her weakness. Even the Qi dragon in her sea of consciousness was now a fundamental part of her body. It was like she had awakened a unique physique related to dragons. With a thought, a purple-gold dragon appeared around Dong Lifen. "Controlling the Qi lux so much easier now. It's like it was another part of my body," continued Dong Lifen. "Before, she had to fuse with the dragon to bless her strength or defense. However, now she can materialize the dragon and use it as a defensive weapon." "It seems that the dynasty has mutated because of your dream soul," commented Wang Wei. "Yes, the citizens could be considered dream or nightmare life forms instead of pure spirit life forms," nodded Dong Lifen. Such a change was beneficial to her, so she did not mind. Wang Wei's eyes lit up after hearing this. "You should take some time to control your leaking soul power," he warned. After the fusion, her soul drastically increased. Therefore, she could not properly control its power. "I will." Dong Lifen could tell her soul's transformation was unfinished and required some time. So, she was not in a rush. "In that case, let's go," said Wang Wei. With a wave of his hand, they disappeared and returned to the sect. "I will take you to see the ancestors." He had already sent news, so many people were already waiting for them once they teleported to the secret realm. "This is Dong Lifen, our 13th emperor," introduced Wang Wei before also introducing everyone to Dong Lifen. These people were surprised by her achievement. Origin 1 was the only calm one since he was the one who saved her and knew about her new path. He did not say anything to everybody else because he knew she did not officially preach her new path, so he did not want to affect her or bear the karma of this new immortal path. "Thank you, Senior, for saving me," said Dong Lifen to Origin 1. "Your master is part of our sect, so you're already one of our one. There is no need for pleasantry between us." Wang Wei secretly gave a thump up to this old fox. He could get into the role so quickly. Of course, such a method won't work on a person like Dong Lifen, who was a ruler and used to see through people's facade. However, such an act showed the sect's attitude towards her, and that's all that matters. "A new immortal path? I'm suddenly interested," said Hell One. "What would happen if we took one of our quasi-emperor and had him set up a dynasty? Then we forcefully conquer countless worlds and fuse them. Could we fast-track a new heavenly king?" "Of course not," replied Miscellaneous One. "The threshold for the Qi Luck Dragon to bear the Grand Tao Source should be very high. Such a dynasty would never meet the standard." A vast territory was not the only indication of a thriving or prospering dynasty. People's livelihood, happiness, the development of culture, art, and technology are all parts that make a powerful dynasty. Furthermore, a fortune dynasty also requires powerful cultivators as its backbone, cultivators that are loyal to the dynasty. Not to mention the foundation like powerful artifacts or arrays to be used in time of need, development of professions like alchemy, and training of elite troops. All these things must reach a high enough standard to condense a Qi luck powerful enough to bear the power of the Grand Tao Source and become a heavenly king. This path should also have to experience tribulations like immortal venerables and Tao ancestors. If the Qi luck is weak, the process would probably fail, added the steward. Yes, any path to immortality is valuable in the lower dimension, so things would not be so simple, nodded Hell One. We have plenty of time to analyze this new path, chimed in Origin 1. We need a proper plan for her Emperor path. Despite Dong Lifen's strength, Origin 1 wanted to be careful to ensure that no accident occurred. Do you have any idea? Yes, replied Wang Wei. We will hide her in the deception array to ensure true heavenly Tao does not know when she will participate in the heaven will battle. That way, it cannot scheme against her and create an opponent with 9 extremity foundation or of equal strength for her. Just like Battle Maniac, uttered Origin 1 softly. Chiyuan himself predicted the fate of Battle Maniac. He proved the Tao, followed by the Sword Empress, so it made sense the balance mechanism would not easily allow a sect to have three Eternals, especially back-to-back. So, it was not surprising that it cultivated a heaven chosen that could defeat the latter in the form of the sword-casting villa's founder. Back then, Battle Maniac's strength had reached 2 root after re-establishing his foundation with Chiyuan's help. After all, he had no aversion to tempering his body, unlike his third sister. Furthermore, he could fight 3 root Tao ancestor for a short period with his battle skills. Regardless, he still lost to the sword-casting emperor. However, the latter also paid a price. Heavenly Tao used so much luck and destiny to cultivate the sword-casting emperor to such a state that he owed karma to Heavenly Tao. So, when he proved the Tao, he could only become a pseudo-eternal emperor. Wang Wei nodded after hearing Origin One's words. He worried this would happen, so he took precautions for Dong Lifan. His plan is that true Heavenly Tao won't know until the last second when she will fight for the Heaven will battle. The second will send Heaven Chosen to acquire the entrance token, if necessary, and give it to her. Then, she will show up and suppress everybody with overwhelming strength. Wang Wei secretly sighed. The way true Heavenly Tao operates the lower dimension is contradictory. It wants to cultivate powerful and talented great emperors, but it also does not want any factions to be too powerful and dominate the situation. With this method, the inceptive will be in our hands, nodded Origin One. They could choose a generation without talented Heaven Chosen and send her. This is a good plan. We only need to watch out for any fake out from Heavenly Tao, and everything will be fine, added Miscellaneous One. One of the worst-case scenarios would be a situation where they believed there were no talented individuals in a generation and chose this time for her to prove the Tao. Then, out of nowhere, comes a monstrous-level genius. True, nodded Wang Wei before looking at Dong Lifan. What do you think? After all, this is regarding your proving Tao experience. Dong Lifan hesitated. If you have something to say, go ahead. I don't know. I feel like it might not be a bad idea to have a talented rival to push me, just like Tion did to you. Wang Wei's lips twitched. It was indeed a good idea to have a rival or opponent in the Emperor path. However, that's only if you become the final winner. If you want a powerful opponent, I have a way of tempering you, so don't worry. If you say so. Let's go, we have work to do, said Wang Wei. Dong Lifan went through the process of becoming a member of the sect, like placing her name in the registry, creating her soul lamp, and other minor things. Afterward, she went to see her master and spent a few days. How is it? Have you checked that I did not bully your master? Dong Lifan smiled but did not say anything. She could tell her master's life was very fulfilling. Her dreams and ambitions have always been to pursue immortality, and soon, she will accomplish her goal. Afterward, she can take her time to enjoy life and pursue the Tao. All right, let's go, said Wang Wei, and the two went to the Eternal Dream Sect. Wang Wei thought he could visit one of the Forbidden Lands, but he soon lost track of time. So, a few hundred years passed, and it was already time for the third court meeting. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 958 Third Court Meeting Unedited Chapter The court members came extra early today. They wanted to use the merit they gathered in the past 1,000 years to exchange things. A few people had already exchanged things beforehand, but a few lineages predicted the list would update, so they saved their merit. As expected, when they checked the list today, a few new things were added, mainly 2 unique Grand Tao Source seeds. According to the description of the list, these seeds will allow the people to cultivate insurgents up to the 2nd class. Heavenly Tao blessed the seeds with its will using a system similar to Primarch's. As such, after creating an inner world with that unique seed, a Tao ancestor will receive a will blessing that makes them on par with 3rd and 2nd class great emperors. Sadly, this thing was extremely expensive and so far only the Tao opening sect can afford it. However, these top lineages who waited did not care. The mortal civilizations have only developed for 1,000 years and have plenty of time to continue to develop. Another unique thing on the list originated from the Heavenly Emperor. It's a cultivation-blessed land full of chaos chi. After paying a certain price, these lineages can borrow them to cultivate. Energy is also important to immortal cultivators. It's easier and faster for immortal venerables to convert chaos chi into immortal chi than using innate or spiritual chi. Tao ancestors and great emperors can absorb it to speed up their comprehension of the grand Tao source. The higher the quality and intensity of the energy, the faster their cultivation is. It's one of the reasons many great emperors did not need to ascend as soon as possible during the beginning emperor era. The environment still provided them with opportunities to make progress, unlike modern times, where it is so slow that it makes people despair. After these people saw the thing on the list, they could not help but be speechless. They could detect many areas in the court full of chaos chi, yet the Heavenly Emperor asks them to pay for these blessed lands. His objective is obvious: he wants them to move the court. After so many years and seeing how the world changes every day, many people are not too averse to the idea of moving to the court. Although it would symbolize a more concentrated power of the court, which means less power for their faction, they could still accept such a change because they will benefit from this system once the current emperors leave and they put their people in the court. However, staying close to the Heavenly Emperor is like a mortal living in close proximity to a tiger. Even if you know the tiger is not targeting you, the mortal will still be afraid because this beast is powerful and can kill him anytime. Because of this mentality, most people resist the urge or desire to stay in the court. But now they realize they may soon not have a choice. The world is rapidly changing, and opportunities are everywhere. If someone does not take it, someone else will. After I get enough luck to become the Academy's official emperor, I will move to the court, thought Su Shi. She has to spend a lot of time understanding the existence reconstruction technique, and she needs to use all the available help. Additionally, chaos chi is very suitable for her physique. The benefits she will acquire after absorbing it are more than even the Heavenly Emperor. Furthermore, she can also condense them into primordial chi. Using merit to buy these blessed lands is a waste of time, so she decided to move to the court and take full advantage of their service. Time passed, and it was finally the hour of the meeting. The Heavenly Emperor appeared, and everyone saluted. "At ease," said Wang Wei as he observed everybody. There were some changes, but the only noteworthy one was Han Shun, the ruler of the great Jin dynasty, became a Tao ancestor. Wang Wei could see the light of ambitions in this man's eyes. He guessed the latter's plan was to become a first-class insurgent, maybe even eternal-class insurgent, allowing him to have more power in the court and the world in general. Worthy of the human emperor's chosen successor, thought Wang Wei. "We have a few things to do during today's meeting," he declared, his voice calm yet authoritative. "Firstly, the sea race. Why hasn't the mortal subspace not connected to your territory yet?" The Panlong and Sea Lion clan's immortal sovereign looked at each other and prepared to explain. "Your Majesty." "Okay, you don't need to explain. Since you think my words can be ignored, prepare to suffer the consequences. For the duration of this meeting, you can kneel." Wang Wei waved his hand. A terrifying pressure suppressed these two, forcing them to kneel on the ground. Countless immortal lights flashed in their bodies as they tried to resist, but it was futile. Afterward, they realized they could not even speak. Shame and humiliation appeared on their faces. No matter how weak they are in the lower dimension, it does not change the fact they were tier 11 and deserve respect. "My patience is limited, so this is my last warning," said Wang Wei. He did not release any killing intent, but the room felt freezing. The other sea race representatives realized the severity of the situation. If they could not integrate into the world of land, their race would suffer a terrible catastrophe. Wang Wei focused on the crowd. "I'm very happy with how the mortal civilizations turned out. Although most of you did it only out of your own interest and benefit, I'm still satisfied with the final result." These representatives were speechless. The Heavenly Emperor always reveals the ugly truth to the public. Couldn't he be more tactful with his words? They secretly shake their heads. Our next court affairs is the establishment of ruling departments. continued Wang Wei. There will be the Department of General Affairs, in charge of creating rules and regulations for the world, mostly to protect the mortal civilizations. We need a Department of Law Enforcement to reinforce the rules. Heavenly Tao will supervise this department to prevent abuse of power. Lastly, we need a Department of Foreign Affairs responsible for dealing with the myriad Emperor world's interaction with the lower realm and world communities. Wang Wei paused to give these people time to process this information and analyze things. A few seconds later, he continued, "We need to develop the Divine Legions. I can tell all of you our next meeting will be about foreign expansion. Now, our main objective won't be about conquest, but we also must be prepared for war at any time. Many people will not accept the spread of new ideas, so force must be used." The representatives looked serious after hearing this. This sentence contains much information, but it can be summarized into one sentence: prepare for eventual war. Wang Wei looked at these people's reactions. He knew none of them would truly help establish the Divine Legion. However, his main objective was to tell them to prepare to fight for their interest. That's it for now, but there should be more departments as we develop. Each department will have a department head and deputy, along with other lower positions. I will use a unique test to choose these positions. Interested personnel can participate. The representatives became excited after hearing this. These positions are very valuable, not only because of the cultivation blessing and merit for serving the court, but also because of the political power that comes with them. Wang Wei ignored these people and focused on Aoshin. "I once said I owe your demon race for going back on my word and taking the racial luck condensing artifact. As repayment, I give you two choices: guarantee positions in these departments or merit points." Aoshin swiftly analyzed the pros and cons. Although the position would increase the demon's political power and influence on the world, he could foresee many people using the fact they bypassed the test to get their positions to make trouble for them. So, it would be best to acquire them using the official method. "I choose merit points." Wang Wei nodded and transferred 3.5 million merit points to the demon race. This amount was more than enough for breaking a promise. "Oh, before I forget, don't kill Xiao Songxi," added Wang Wei. He still had his great trafficking plan. Although Xiao Songxi was not a top heaven chosen in this generation, he was still a great talent. Now that he was in such terrible shape with his bloodline destroyed, the Sea race might make the stupid decision to kill him, and Aoshin won't have any issue once he finishes his dealing with the Baishi clan. Aoshin nodded calmly. He never expected to hide his actions and whereabouts from the Heavenly Emperor. Since the latter never stopped him, he knew he would encounter no problem with his plan, at least not from Wang Wei. "Now, let's discuss the main subject of this meeting," declared Wang Wei. "If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know, report, so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 959 Dream World. For my demonstration, you only need to concentrate and use the words, "Dream Incarnate," said Wang Wei. Many people were confused, but they knew this was not the time to ask questions, so they followed orders. The world changed, and the representatives found themselves in a strange world. Everything was bright, ethereal, and illusory. Additionally, the ground on their feet seemed to be clouds. "Welcome to the dream world," said Wang Wei, who stood before them. "I know you have questions. Wait a while before I explain." Everybody nodded and waited. Some people felt something momentous was about to happen. As I said, this is a world made of dreams. So what is its purpose? Many things. This is a world of communication and unique experience, explained Wang Wei. This dream world will be accessible to everyone in the Myriad Emperor world using the password I told you before. In other words, from now on, this place can be used to communicate with anyone worldwide, including mortals. Wang Wei looked at some of these people's reactions and secretly shook his head. "I know most of you don't care about such a thing. However, have you thought about communicating with other world communities?" "Your Majesty, you mean?" Yes, once we spread our wings to the lower dimension, the dream world will be accessible to other world communities. By then, a mortal in the farthest corner of our world can easily communicate with someone from the farthest world community from us. The representatives finally showed excitement as they understood the implications behind these words. Communication is key for everyone. Learning from other people's Tao and experience is a fast way to improve. Additionally, the Heavenly Emperor showed them the advantage of learning other cultivation systems as he used another Heaven Will system to prove the Tao on his own and achieve the status of immeasurably Emperor. The myriad Emperor world has been cut off from the endless void for too long, so even the top Emperor lineages were careful in re-establishing communication. But now, with the dream world, most of their restraint and danger have been eliminated. Your Majesty, I have a question, said Su Shi. Are you going to ask if we can use the dream world as a platform to exchange resources with other world communities? Yes. With the revival of the environment, the myriad Emperor world will enter a prosperous age where cultivation resources are everywhere. However, it did not mean exchanging with other worlds was useless. On the contrary, they had more rare things to exchange with others, thus increasing the resources in their world. No one would think they have too many resources. Yes, it will be possible, said Wang Wei. However, this ability is temporarily not activated. You have to wait a while. Su Shi's eyes squinted lightly as she nodded her head. She tried to analyze why this ability was not available, but she had too little information. Let's continue, said Wang Wei after seeing no more questions. He waved his hand, and a small square appeared before every representative with a rune inscribed at the top. Each rune was different and unique. This is your dream imprint. If you exchange imprints with someone else, you can contact each other directly. Everyone nodded. They understood the need for this thing. If so many people will use the dream world, it's imperative to establish a way to communicate with the people you wish to. The representatives checked the dream imprint and learned they could leave recorded messages to their friends in case the latter is busy or not in the dream world. They can create chat groups, inviting multiple people to appear in a safe space and communicate with each other. Many people felt this imprint might have other ideas, but only the basics are introduced. The next function I will introduce is the home, continued Wang Wei. You can buy your own home in the dream world and customize it as you wish. Wang Wei waved his hand, and a towering mountain appeared behind him. Under his control, the lonely mountain soon turned into an immortal palace shining with Tao rhyme, exuding luxury and nobility. He turned to these people and asked, "What do you think?" People were in deep thought before someone muttered, "This doesn't seem to be useful besides being aesthetically pleasing." "Not really," countered Aoshin. "May I ask, do we have the power of unlimited creation in our home?" "Not unlimited, but yes, you can create whatever you want." Aoshin's eyes lit up as he figured out the use of this thing. His demon race is brutal by nature, making them very belligerent. He opened countless battle coliseums in this territory, allowing them to fight and exercise their nature. He did not want them to become aggressive towards humans and generate another calamity. Unfortunately, the Colosseum has a major flaw: too many people died in the process. Although such violent battles allowed him to cultivate elite demon races, the process also killed too many people. Their population has only recuperated in this generation, so Aoshin felt pain after losing any of them. However, now he saw another way. He can create the Colosseum in the dream world, allowing these demons to fight and kill each other without fearing death. "It seems some of you have already figured out the use of this home setting," said Wang Wei. "Many of us have hidden desires or ambitions, some of which we cannot accomplish because of our lack of ability. The devastating effect our actions can have, the fear of failure and death, or restraint by our morality. But in your home in the dream world, you can do whatever you desire. If you want to be an emperor that rules the lives of trillions, you can." He waved his hand, and the place changed. Wang Wei sat on a throne, looking at all sentient beings. If you want to be a mighty general that slaughters all its enemies, you can be. The setting changed, and he was on a battlefield, commanding a mighty legion. If you want to be lost in carnal desires, you can. As he said these words, one of the representatives was surrounded by hundreds of beautiful women with different temperaments. Some were cold and indifferent, some were doting and loving, some were domineering, some were shy, and some were extremely open and proactive. The representative almost broke his Tao heart after seeing these beautiful women, some of whom were on par with the time-void empress. Luckily, he was also an immortal and had lived for some time, so his mind was not easily shaken. If you have someone in your mind you have lost, and time has diluted their presence and memory in your mind, this setting is perfect for you, continued Wang Wei. A beautiful woman appeared before him, wearing her iconic long cheongsam and showing her long legs. As soon as she appeared, she immediately stole the limelight from beauties like Su Shi and Hua Fenghuang simply by her aura and temperament. Wang Wei raised his hand to caress her face, looking at her with tender eyes. She smiled at him in response. A few seconds later, she vanished in a puff of smoke. Now you should understand the use of this setting, continued Wang Wei, ignoring the strange eyes some people were giving him. He knew with his status and strength, everything he did was major news to be discussed or gossiped. This is why there are still rumors he had a hidden relationship with Su Shi. However, he did not care. I have a question. No, it should be a concern, said Hua Fenghuang. Please. Could a cultivator use their home to recreate someone they have affection for but could not get in real life, then do something disgusting to them? As soon as she said that, many of the women in the room realized the possibility of this happening and began to discuss it. Why are you guys acting like it's something only man would do? Said one of the representatives. Some female cultivators would do the same thing. That's true. No, we want. Bullshit. Look at how handsome and suave your majesty is. I'm sure many of you would secretly recreate him and fulfill all your fantasies. Wang Wei secretly gave that guy a thumbs up, especially after seeing a few female representatives blush. In the end, when he saw an argument was about to happen, he coughed lightly, stopping everybody. This is indeed an issue, but the home setting is the private property of anyone who buys it, so I will not interfere. After all, whatever they do in their homes will not affect the real person. However, there will be rules and regulations for people who cannot distinguish between reality and dream. So, if someone begins to harass the real individual, they will be warned and punished. Hua Fenghuang nodded and frowned. This was the best in the current situation. Anyway, she did not have to worry about such a thing. Tier 10 cultivators are higher dimensional life forms, so if someone tried to recreate them and defile their image, they would immediately know. The situation is even more favorable for eternal emperors who have comprehended their existence. If someone recreated them in this dream world, they could take control of this dream avatar with a single thought. Your Majesty, this poor monk notices you use the word purchase, chimed in Feng Heng. Yes, the dream world will use a currency called dream coins, said Wang Wei. Dream coins can be condensed by using a small portion of your spiritual power, said Wang Wei as he showed them. The representatives followed his example and condensed dream coins. Many people frowned as this system indicated that they could have endless wealth and resources to use in this dream world. However, would things be so simple? Of course not, thought Wang Wei. He calculated how many dream coins every tier and class of cultivators can condense in a day. The data was based on the weakest of a tier to the most talented individuals, including the great emperor world. Afterward, he priced the things in the dream world based on that data. So, even eternal emperors like Su Shi and Feng Heng could be said to be somewhat wealthy and do not have infinite wealth. He made dream coins so easy to condense because of mortals and because he only wanted one thing from them: circulation. This thing is the biggest fraud of the dream world and hides many secrets. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know, report, so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 960 Dream World 2. Wang Wei did not explain the secrets of dream coins to them. Instead, he introduced the next setting of the dream world. A beautiful, small creature with wings appeared before him, landing on his palm. "Xen, say hi to everybody," said Wang Wei, and the little elf bowed to the representatives. "It's a pleasure for Xen to make all your acquaintances. She's so cute," muttered someone. "Isn't she?" nodded Wang Wei. Xen is the dream world's Tao heart spirit. If you have any problem with your Tao heart, any trouble that is affecting your state of mind, or any heart demon, you contact her, and she will help you through it. Of course, it's not free. "Your Majesty, are you serious?" asked Su Shi. There were no pills or herbs in this world that could help someone with the issue of their Tao heart. Therefore, the only way to deal with the situation is to become enlightened and deal with the issue individually. Sometimes, the advice of an elder, family, or close friend might help, but in the end, every cultivator with a problem with Tao heart has to rely on their own. But if Xin's abilities are real, the situation might change. "I would not joke about something like that," explained Wang Wei. Xin, or the Tao heart spirit, is the culmination of two different civilizations. He went to his science and technology world to learn about psychology or the human mind or psyche. He visited human civilizations that are based on futuristic versions of Earth, along with civilizations that focus deeply on mental health. After acquiring their knowledge, he combined it with his understanding of the Tao heart and the state of the cultivation world to create this world's version of a therapist. From now on, when cultivators have problems with their minds, they can talk to Xin, and she will help them with their problems. Wang Wei looked at the little elf in his palm. Now, she only lacks experience dealing with cultivators. After gathering data for a few thousand years, she will be perfect. Does anyone want to give her a try? People hesitated for a moment before a few volunteered. "Look at your dream imprint," continued Wang Wei, and all the representatives looked at the screen before them. The rune was still at the top, but in the middle of the screen were two smaller squares with small characters written at their bottom: frowny face communication. Home. Tao heart spirit. The volunteers knew what to do, so they used their minds to access the Tao heart spirit. Immediately afterward, they disappeared from everybody's sight. However, in less than 5 minutes, they reappeared. "You," said Wang Wei, pointing at a middle-aged man who was a representative of the Worshipping Tao Academy. "Tell us your experience." The man was slightly startled but soon calmed down and talked about his experience. "I found myself in a white room, and Xin asked me whether I wanted to use room 1 or room 2. Room 1 contained 2 cushions that faced each other, while room 2 was the strange bed that Xin explained I could use to lie down, making communication easier. I chose room 1 and we had a conversation. I felt like I could tell her my deepest secrets, and she would understand me and not judge. She did not tell me what to do but, through conversation, guided me to figure things out on my own. In my life, I have never felt at peace and in tune with myself. Although we only conversed for 5 minutes, I can feel my spirit become more condensed and my state of mind more peaceful than ever." Everyone was surprised that such a change could happen in a mere 5 years. However, they did not doubt this person's words because they could feel the changes in his aura. Furthermore, the other volunteers had a similar experience. "Let's continue," said Wang Wei. The next setting is cultivation simulation. As the name implies, you can simulate different aspects of cultivation. If someone is stuck at a bottleneck or feels their chances at breaking into the next realm are low, they can stimulate their breakthrough in the dream world before attempting it in the world. This setting is not just for cultivation. You can simulate refining a pill, weapon, talisman, array, puppets, and even certain techniques that you want to create but are not sure which direction to take. No one could remain calm after hearing this function. The emperor lineages might not completely care about the cultivation simulations since their sect cultivates heaven chosens, but it's not the same for the supreme, holy, and law lands. The happiest of this group was the loose cultivators, who had no or flawed cultivation inheritance. Such a function is their version of God. But the function of this thing goes beyond what is stated. The emperor lineages wish to cultivate immortal sovereigns in this generation, but the breakthrough to Tier 11 involved a bottleneck for all immortal paths. But now, the success rate for breakthroughs can drastically increase after simulating countless times. Our profession Dao will enter an age of prosperity, muttered the representatives from the Origin Pill Dao sect. Alchemists, or any professions, have high status because of their rarity, and there are not many of them because too many resources are required to cultivate even the most talented professions. Now, the issue of resources has been dealt with. Factions can use the dream world to cultivate professions without wasting too many resources. Your Majesty, how accurate is the simulation? Can I simulate Refinen Emperor Tier Pill that requires the Grand Dao source? The accuracy is 99.9%, and yes, you can simulate Emperor Tier Pills. He spent a lot of effort in this dream world, using the help of Dong Elifan, the Eternal Dream Sect, and even countless profession insurgents in his factions, ensuring there was nothing wrong with the simulations. He also infused it with his Fate Dao, which can control myriad Daos, along with Heavenly Daos Heaven Dao. As such, the simulations were perfect, but he did not say that because he knew there was no absolute in this world. I'm assuming we have to pay to use this simulation. But do we also have to pay for the simulated materials for refining? Asked Aoshin. He was also very excited about this setting. His demon race does not have much talent for professions. However, he can now pile up a bunch of professions using simulations. No matter how untalented his clan is, after trying to refine a pill or weapon more than 10,000 times, they should succeed. If 10,000 times is not enough, then try 100,000 times. It's free to refine anything below the immortal tier, explained Wang Wei. For immortal tier creations, you must pay a fee for every 10 materials. Everyone thought this was fair. After all, the value of mortal items paled compared to immortal tier. I'm in a good mood, so I will tell you a secret way to use this setting, said Wang Wei. You can simulate what it would be like to be a great emperor, including an eternal. I don't need to tell you the benefit of doing this. The representative's eyes lit up. After experiencing the power of a great emperor, it's easier for their Dao ancestors to create insurgent tier techniques. I have another concern, said Huafeng Huang. Does the dream world fall into the jurisdiction of the court? Wang Wei looked at her, and he knew what she wanted to ask. What will happen to the dream world after he leaves? Will the court control it or the Dao opening sect? The dream world is the property of the Dao opening sect, but the court has some power over it, explained Wang Wei. Members of the court have discounts for certain products of the dream world, and the heavenly emperor of each generation has the power to make certain changes to the dream world, but it's limited. Your Majesty, can you elaborate? Whoever sits on the throne cannot do as they please, like banning people from entering the dream world without any reason or making it so that the factions do not have to pay for any of the functions. However, I also understand the situation is ever-changing, and I cannot calculate everything. So, if there is a situation where it's necessary to make changes to the dream world, the heavenly emperor will have the power to do so. What if an emperor makes a decision and the Dao opening sect disagrees? Heavenly Dao will be the tiebreaker, replied Wang Wei, and people would accept this decision. Heavenly Dao will make decisions based purely on rationale and facts and will prioritize the world instead of any singular factions, so it's the best tiebreaker. Wang Wei looked at these people and could see some of their worries and hesitation. The dream world is more of a neutral existence. It belongs to the Dao opening sect because I created it, and it provides the sect with luck and destiny. Under most situations, it will remain intact and unaffected by the political landscape of the endless void. I will perfect the rules and regulations before leaving, so there is no need to worry. Everyone felt relieved. So far, the Heavenly Emperor has displayed his fairness to ensure the Dao opening sect does not completely dominate the Heavenly Court and the world. Therefore, they felt relieved by his words. Let's talk about the final setting of the dream world. As Wang Wei said these words, a magnificent tower appeared in the distance, rising from the ground all the way to the clouds. The battle tower of 10,000 worlds, he said with a smile. As you can guess, this is a place where you can fight with anyone without fear of death. The bodies used in the dream world are composed of dream power, so it's not a problem for it to die. Mortals will experience short periods of dizziness due to their lack of spiritual power, but they can quickly recover after a short nap. The tower has many functions, including my favorite emperor imprints, continued Wang Wei. I have recreated the imprints of all the great emperors of the world, meaning you can fight a projection of them during any stages of their cultivation, including after proving the Tao. These people's eyes lit up after hearing this. Many people wanted to fight a great emperor. Some emperors were mediocre in their youth or early stages of cultivation, so it's possible to maltreat them and gain a sense of achievement. This is just the beginning, said Wang Wei. In the future, geniuses, heaven-chosens, powerhouses, and great emperors from all the world communities will appear in the tower so that you can battle them. There will be countless lists ranking the geniuses and powerhouses, including great emperors of different worlds. I even plan to create a list to rank all the races in the endless void. The representatives' eyes shrunk as they realized the implications behind these words. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 961, Greatest Era Destiny, Incalculable Destiny. That's what these lists represented. Anyone who could get into these lists will receive destiny from the entire lower dimension. The number 1 in the heaven-chosen list will have a 90% chance of being an eternal emperor with such a condensed destiny, while the top 20 will have a 60 to 80% chance. From now on, the lower dimension is guaranteed to have at least one eternal emperor in every generation. After all, the people on this list will battle not only the geniuses in their world community but all the geniuses in all 3800 heaven world. Anyone who can reach the top of the list will truly be an unparalleled genius. The process of reaching the top of the list will be like a simulated heaven battle that involves every heaven chosen in the lower dimension. After creating the tower, Wang Wei felt regretful he could not be born in an era where this thing already existed. In the end, he could only be satisfied to be the one who brought about this new era of prosperity. Additionally, the heaven-chosen list is not the only important one. The number 1 race in the list will also have a higher chance of becoming the protagonist of the lower dimension, and other worlds will also have an opportunity to take away the myriad emperor world's destiny as the prime world. Although the chances are not as high because Qiyuan gave it this destiny after winning an intense war in the First Origin War, there is still a chance. Additionally, Wang Wei will not only use the tower for physical battles. There will be other battles like for the professions. As such, there will be lists of the best alchemists, weapon refiners, array masters, and talisman makers. Some worlds have their unique professions, and he might include them in the list. In conclusion, once the dream world spreads to other world communities, the Battle of Tower of 10,000 Worlds will become a place to fight for luck and destiny. The tower is the core setting to ensure the dream world is popular, brings him countless benefits, and also ensures the longevity of his heavenly emperor era. It will be one of his greatest achievements in the lower dimension. True heavenly Tao is very strict with the rules of the lower dimension for one purpose only, to cultivate elite and talented great emperors. The tower's purpose is to help in this great cause. Wang Wei looked at the tower and thought, hopefully, this plan will work. While creating the tower, he realized its significance and had a new idea of how to help Li Jun and Yan Liling become eternal while paying a small price. The first step of that plan is for them to reach the top of the list and gather immense luck and density. He wants them to have so much that even true heavenly Tao cannot easily ignore them. Once that is completed, he will proceed to the second step. Once the plan is finished, these two will still not be able to officially become the sex emperors until much later, but they will still be eternals. According to his original idea, these two would become pseudo-eternals, but after serving their time and succeeding in their merit, they could bargain with true heavenly Tao to give them another chance to comprehend their existence. However, such a plan was risky as Li Jun and Yan Liling would have to serve their terms without the protection of an eternal emperor's ability. This new plan is much better, thought Wang Wei, full of confidence. Previously, he would not have much hope for Li Jun to reach the top. But now, with the latter's fiend god bloodline and his teaching, there is nothing to worry about. As for Yen Liling, he had the utmost confidence in her pill-refining talent. In the lower dimension, there are only people on par with her and no one better than her. Wang Wei smiled, thinking how Dao opening sect would dominate the list for a while. Firstly with Li Jun, followed by his father Wang Tian. Of course, he knew the competition would be fierce because of the reward he set up for the top 20 using the washing karma pool. Wang Wei's original plan was to keep the pool a secret for the sect. However, after his deduction, he realized the best way to use this thing without allowing true heavenly Dao the opportunity to restrict its function or scheme against the sect to destroy it is to allow more people to use it. As such, he made the decision to use it as the reward for the heaven-chosen list. By then, factions from all over the endless void will not hesitate to wake their sleeping heaven-chosen to compete for the list, intensifying the competition which will increase the quality of people who can reach the top and cultivate more eternal emperors. With this plan, Wang Wei will receive a ton of merit, maybe enough to cultivate even beyond the Empyrean realm. More importantly, the balance mechanism will no longer be always oppressing him because the entire lower dimension will have a drastic increase in strength, not just the Dao opening sect. The only problem with this plan is that I have to delay the time for Li Jun and Yen Liling to prove the Dao. According to his original plan, these two would have proven the Dao before his mother, but that's not happening now. Wang Wei looked at the representatives and could guess what was in their mind. After this meeting, they will use every means to cultivate their people so they can enter the list. They will no longer hide many rare resources and use them. The dream world was a rare opportunity. It will take some time before otherworld communities become members, so they must use this time to their advantage. With such an advantage, the myriad emperor world must ensure they dominate a few lists, showing the endless void that they are back and better than ever. They must take luck and destiny from other worlds and make their own prosper. Aoshin's body could not hide his trembling body. He saw hope for the demon race to reach new heights, take the destiny from otherworld communities. If things proceed smoothly, their race might even become the new protagonist of the myriad emperor world. That's not realistic, he thought. All the emperor lineages have countless hidden geniuses and foundations. Meanwhile, the demon race has been ravaged so many times that most of their sleeping geniuses are dead. Regardless, this is an opportunity. The innate environment has allowed the demon race to reach new heights, with countless of their members awakened innate demon bloodlines. Previously, he had made plenty of effort to train these members as the core or foundation of the demon race. Now, he has to put even more emphasis on them. Should I reveal the news about the karma washing water? Contemplated Wang Wei. With this news, these factions won't have any restraints whatsoever to train their people, and when these lists officially open, the myriad emperor world will truly be ready. Forget it, said Wang Wei, deciding to place his own interest first on this occasion. He had great trust in Li Jun, but it did not change the fact he needed time to develop his bloodline. Wang Wei chose to hide the news to reduce the initial difficulty for Li Jun and buy him enough time to tap all his potential. This is for now for the dream world, said Wang Wei. He knew there should be more settings or abilities, but it was enough for now. Do you have any questions? People had plenty of questions, and he answered the ones he could or did not say anything on the ones he felt were considered secrets and information that should not yet be released. Our next step is to use the dream world to elect the department heads and vice heads of the court, continued Wang Wei. The test is mostly based on managerial ability. I have created a dream world or scenario, and the people interested will enter and be tested. I will give you an hour to choose who you will send for the tests. The representatives did not waste time and exited the dream world. They had to send words about this momentous creation while also asking their factions to choose people to compete for the court's political positions. Soon afterward, all the testers showed up, including the Dao opening sect steward. He was competing for the position of head of the Department of Foreign Affairs. According to the sect's analysis, this position will have the most power in the court in the future and must be controlled by them. The test for these positions was divided into two, and the first one was the same for the General and Foreign Affairs Department. The chosen representatives will enter a dream scenario where they have to manage a weakened emperor lineage and make them prosper again. They have to deal with internal disputes, control resource distribution, eliminate foreign competitors, form alliances, and reestablish commerce and other things. The second part of the test was different. The General Affairs Department had become court members in the scenario, and their task was to create rules and deal with conflicts. They will be rated based on how efficiently they deal with internal conflicts between factions. Meanwhile, the Foreign Department had a similar test, but their simulation dealt with foreign heavenworld worlds and their communities. This test was more difficult because these worlds had different cultures, histories, and beliefs, so it took great ability and finesse to deal with conflicts between them. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 962. The departments. While the tests were underway, the other representatives began to condense dream coins. They did not want to waste time and test some of the dream world's functions. Most people used the home function, living their wildest dreams. The second largest group tried the battle tower. Wang Wei secretly smiled as he watched this, but his eyes soon twitched. He immediately noticed a female representative trying to condense his face and body in their home. "I'm right there. Couldn't you wait?" He did not know how to evaluate this person's behavior. Sadly, the other person's smile soon turned into a frown as she realized she could not condense her image. "Hey, if I weren't married, I would have no problem allowing people to use my face and image for their wildest dreams. It would be an excellent way to gather more dream coins. Alas, I cannot risk my old lady becoming jealous or using this information against me in the future," thought Wang Wei with a deep inner sigh. He only felt it was too bad to waste such an opportunity. The woman soon turned red in embarrassment. She looked around to see if anyone was around. After realizing her home was utterly private, she sighed in relief. She tried a few times without success before condensing someone else. Li Jun. Wang Wei immediately felt things got out of control too fast. This woman was an immortal venerable. She should have more shame than this. Ultimately, he could only remain speechless, but not for long. Not even a few minutes after this woman, he had another reason for his eye to twitch. Another representative chose his imprint to fight him in the tower. The representative first chose the versions at the Supreme Realm, but he was slaughtered by one attack, so he chose the Void-Shattering Realm. However, according to the setting of the imprint at this stage, Wang Wei had already started his 9-extremity foundation and could borrow the power of his incarnation for a short duration. As such, his challenger, who was an immortal venerable, did not survive long in this battle. Angered, the representative chose the supernatural realm version of Wang Wei and started to kill him repeatedly. The representative was having fun for a while. Then Wang Wei's imprint was suddenly angered and used a desperate move. He mobilized all the power of his soul, removing the shackles in the process. Then, an unparalleled soul power crushed the representative at the cost of the imprint's life. After recondensing his dream body, the representative was scared and stopped this futile and juvenile tactic. Wang Wei secretly shook his head. Luckily, I'm not the only one suffering. He could tell many people secretly challenged the Eternals of this generation. Some wanted to know how powerful these emperors were when they were young, while others only wanted to abuse the young emperors for their sick and twisted pleasure. Let's change the rules so that there is a limit to how often someone can challenge people way weaker than you. He did not completely block these people from challenging weaker opponents or stop them from abusing these young emperors. He understood many cultivators resented the fact that only one person could prove the Tao in one generation and thus may use this method to lash out their feelings. However, he also did not want people to abuse this system. Time passed and the test ended. The results were both expected and unexpected. The department leader of General Affairs was a man called Taoist Evergreen, a member of the Loose Cultivator Alliance. Wang Wei, along with many others, was surprised by this outcome since no one expected the Loose Cultivator Alliance to have someone as capable as Taoist Evergreen. This alliance has always been like its name, a bunch of loose sands banding together. The way the alliance treated a talent like Huang Yuan in this generation proves their lack of managerial abilities. Yet someone like Taoist Evergreen showed up. Two explanations for this anomaly, thought Wang Wei. Evergreen belongs to the Loose Cultivator Alliance but does not take part in its management. Second, and most likely, he's why they have not crumbled due to internal conflicts after so many years. Wang Wei looked at Evergreen and instantly read his fate line. He learned his second theory was correct. Taoist Evergreen is the single threat keeping the alliance from falling apart. He has to deal with the extremely independent nature of loose cultivators, ensuring they still have some affection and connections to the alliance. Furthermore, he also has to ensure the rulers of the alliance do not create families and clans, turning the alliance into a sect or faction controlled by a specific group. A great talent, commented Wang Wei before focusing on the deputy lord, who was someone from an emperor lineage with two great emperors. Some people were surprised that the top emperor lineages did not control the top positions. Such a weak emperor lineage has survived for so long. It must be this person's work, analyzed Wang Wei as he looked at the woman dressed in green clothes. Most weak emperor lineages will not survive long as the top lineages secretly destroy them and plunder their resources. Wang Wei looked at the other positions in this department but did not focus too much on them. His attention was soon drawn to the other departments. The Department Lord of Law Enforcement was a member of the spirit race. His main body was a ruler that once belonged to a scholar. In his past, the ruler was a rare artifact in the mortal world, passing from the hands of one scholar after another, nurturing its intelligence. The ruler has served many people, including countless prime ministers, before acquiring his wisdom and condensing his body. It makes sense he is chosen. Such a spirit race is born for law enforcement, administration, and prosecution. If this person were born during the Warring State area, he would be a legalist saint, commented Wang Wei. He was reassured by this person as the leader of the department. The deputy lord of this department was Patriarch Mo from the Mo clan. His facial expression did not look good, and Wang Wei could guess why. This old fox was probably trying to gain political power to revitalize his family and devil cultivators in the West. Unfortunately, he did not expect to fail and not become the department head. Wang Wei looked at the last department, Foreign Affairs. The final winner was, of course, the steward from the Tao opening sect. This department was the most competitive. These lineages were not stupid and could deduce the power of this department once the court began its expansion. As such, despite how talented the steward was, there were many competitors whose management talent was on par with him. Most of these people originated from ancient lineages. Any of these lineages who could survive for so long will have someone to ensure things go smoothly. In the end, the steward benefited from his background. Since everybody was relative to each other, Wang Wei made the final decision and chose him. Finally, the deputy lord was a cold and indifferent woman from the Een Moon Palace who was dressed entirely in blue. After everything finished, Wang Wei once again said, "Today's meeting is finished. The next meeting will not have a fixed time. I will summon you once it's time." Everyone was fine with this news. The world has experienced drastic changes in a very short time, so they needed time to process everything and settle down. Changes were good, but too many of them and too fast were not necessarily a good thing. The department heads and elected officials should stay to establish your departments and related rules and regulations. If you have to leave, don't take too long. No one wanted to leave as they were prepared to spend more time in the court. Although most people had already created an outline for operating their departments, consulting others before determining the final drafts was necessary. Additionally, these people knew a political battle was about to take place despite the fact that these positions were already assigned. Therefore, it was not a good idea to leave at this moment. Wang Wei dismissed everyone, and most representatives left the dream world. They wanted to return to their faction and strategize for the future development of their faction. Wang Wei also exited as well, opening his eyes to his throne. Everyone should have left, but someone still remained, Su Shi. "Do you need anything?" I wanted to ask whether you would conduct another Dao discussion in the near future? I will, nodded Wang Wei. But wait until Huafeng Huang and Aoshan deal with their problems. Su Shi's eyes squinted as this sentence revealed a lot of information. She was suspicious of Aoshan's movements but could not gather any concrete evidence or proof despite her deduction. This world is about to experience a truly prosperous era, she thought, feeling a sense of pressure. I can't no longer have any hesitation. Su Shi decided to rush home to meet with the Academy's members. Then, she will enter the dream world to have a chat with Xin regarding her husband, Lin Fan. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 963 Hidden Secrets. Wang Wei calmly watched Su Shi's leaving back. He then focused on Dream World. It was about to be open to mortals, so he wanted to make one last check. Martial artists will enjoy the battle tower, but it may not be the same for others. So competitions like chess, calligraphy, poetry, music, and runes should appeal to them. The home setting should be the most favored by mortals, but Wang Wei still wants to lure them to spend their dream coins in other places. There is also the sermon section and Dao rhymes that haven't been opened yet. The sermon section allows people to acquire more coins. They can record themselves explaining the Dao, and others can pay to watch. This function should greatly benefit the entire world as even mortals can hear great emperors explain the Dao. The Dao rhyme setting is connected to the battle tower. Once it's activated, people can watch recorded battles and feel the Dao rhymes or law comprehension and applications of these battles. For example, it's possible for a cultivator to learn a technique that Qiyuan or Absolute Beginning Emperor used in their youth or after proving the Dao. However, this section is unfinished, unlike the sermon section that is already built but waiting for the right time to become public. Wang Wei needs to modify these past powerhouses' imprints and use his time Dao to record the Dao rhymes from the actual battles. However, this process takes some time, so he left a clone to do the tiring work. Everything is working perfectly fine, thought Wang Wei before focusing his attention on the world and uttering, I have created the dream world, allowing for the communication and idea sharing of all sentient beings. To access it, you only need to close your eyes, focus, and mutter the code word, Dream Incarnate. His voice echoed in the minds of all mortals, shocking many people. This was not the first time the mortals heard an announcement from the Heavenly Emperor, but the information relayed was odd. With an uncontrollable curiosity, many people closed their eyes and followed the instructions. In an instant, trillions of mortals entered the dream world. Wang Wei paid attention and was relieved that nothing happened. Although he knew this would be the case, a small part of him could not think back on Earth when servers clashed during the launches of popular games. After entering the world, these mortals' dream imprint appeared before them in the form of a screen. Afterward, information about the dream world and its ability entered these people's minds. Following the introduction, most mortals began to condense dream coins while a few looked around first. Dream coins are condensed from spiritual power, and mortals have a limited supply of this power, so they can only condense a certain amount before they are forced to stop. Without sufficient spiritual power, their dream avatar cannot exist in the dream world. The most attractive setting for most mortals was the home setting. They reveled in the idea they could create whatever they pleased and lived all their fantasies. The price of using the dream world is different for mortals and cultivators. So, with a deposit and yearly rental, these mortals can use their home and do as they please. Of course, Wang Wei took precautions to prevent the mortals from being addicted to the dream world. Wang Wei watched everything with calm eyes. He saw the mortals playing around in their homes and the extraordinary citizens using this simulation to train their understanding and usage of runes. Meanwhile, the martial artists ran to the battle tower to challenge each other. To be precise, they challenged cultivators. The highest realm of martial arts is defeating a divine altar realm cultivator. However, Many martial artists were unsatisfied with this outcome and wanted to defeat a supernatural realm cultivator. According to the information they knew, the limit of a mortal civilization is killing Tier 4 cultivators. However, such a feat requires a large army along with hundreds of war constructs that contain powerful weapons. The martial artists do not want to accept this limit and desire to go higher. Some people even want to create a martial civilization that is on par with the origin cultivation system. After seeing this, Wang Wei shook his head. One way that fate controls most of the world is by limiting the number of cultivators. The limit imposed on this world is people without a leakless body are mortals and cannot cultivate. As such, martial arts will always be a mortal art with limits and restrictions. Even in worlds where martial arts are the main power system, fate will impose restrictions by granting people with weak bodies, innate deficiencies, poor understanding, and many other restrictions. Wang Wei continued his observation. Mortals and cultivators are semi-separated, with each class having its own server. They can interact and get each other's dream imprint to communicate, but after first appearing in the dream world, they will be in different sections. It was a good idea to leave the dream world independent of the Myriad Emperor world, analyzed Wang Wei. Technically speaking, the dream world was not a part of the Myriad Emperor world. In other words, it was not a secret dimension fused to the world. Wang Wei chose to leave the dream world independent of any world, fused to the entire endless void. Such a choice will make it easier for other world communities to enter the dream world. This method will make convincing foreign cultivators to enter and use it easier. Wang Wei no longer paid attention to the dream world and focused on the heavy merit falling from the sky and floating before him. 90% of the merit belonged to him, while the remaining 10% was divided between Dong Lifan and the Eternal Dream Sect. He grinned as he saw the purple merit before him. He knew this was just the beginning. As he continues to develop the dream world and expands it outwards, he will receive more merit to aid in his cultivation. Wang Wei placed the merit away before sending a projection to the core of the dream world, waiting for someone. A few seconds later, Dong Lifan appeared. How was it? Did you have fun being abused by imprint? What do you mean by abuse? I had a haughty battle, she replied with a smile. As long as she does not choose the versions of Wang Wei and Di Tian that have achieved the 10 Supremacy Foundation, she can go all out to fight. Learn something? Many things, she replied. Dong Lifan realized many of her weaknesses. Firstly, she was used to bullying her opponent using higher cultivation. As a result, her battle experience and IQ when compared to the top heaven chosen of Wang Wei's generation, she was far behind. Secondly, because of her lack of battle experience, her application of her Dao was subpar compared to these geniuses, so she needed to make up for the gap. Luckily, it was not too late. She could make up for it with constant battles. Thirdly, she realized she was not ruthless enough. As a ruler, she was ruthless to her enemies and committed countless acts of slaughter. However, she realized she lacked the unique ruthlessness of these heaven chosens, who would do anything for that one opportunity at immortality. Her mind was too calculative, always weighing the pros and cons and unwilling to take necessary risks. Lastly, Dong Lifan realized her foundation was too weak in certain aspects. She lacks knowledge about many secrets and important news. Fortunately, this major weakness is the easiest to fix as the Dao opening sect granted her full access to the secret archive. Have you thought about the 9 Extremity and 10 Supremacy Foundation? 9 Extremity is useless to my current state, said Dong Lifan, and Wang Wei agreed. Even if she could condense her incarnations, the best that could happen after the fusion is for her physical body to reach a higher level. After fusing with Great Xia, Dong Lifan has achieved a complete alternative 9 Extremity Foundation. However, I do want to achieve an alternative 10 Supremacy Foundation, even trying the path of an immeasurable emperor. Wang Wei nodded. He had high hopes for her to achieve 10 Supremacy, but immeasurable emperor? He did not have much confidence, and that's because of the willpower necessary to break the limit and access the Grand Dao Source. Dong Lifan already understands 5% of the Grand Dao Source because of her status as the founder of the Heavenly King Path. However, She only has the right to borrow the strength of the Grand Tao Source, while she needs the right to control it to become the immeasurable emperor. The sect will support you with whatever you want, but you should also understand I cannot directly help you. Dong Lifan nodded as she understood. With Wang Wei's strength, he could easily destroy a heavenward world and have her fuse it with her sea of consciousness, thus achieving the 10 Supremacy Foundation. However, if he did that, she could foresee backlash and consequences from true heavenly Tao. Therefore, she needed to use her own method while the sect could only be secondary. I understand. Well, I will give you a hint, said Wang Wei as he transferred a piece of information into her mind. Demon Supremacy World? Muttered Dong Lifan, as she understood her next step. She needed to find the right heavenward world and plan its downfall before conquering it alone. I know what to do. That's good, replied Wang Wei, thinking how good it would be if it were this easy for his father to achieve 10 supremacy. So far, his best idea is for him to re-establish his foundation after proving the Tao, then use the destiny of the ultimate sword Tao to create such a foundation. With Mom protecting him and my backhand, there should be no problem. Wang Wei chatted with Dong Lifan for a while before heading to a formation at the core of the dream world. He looked at the pool full of light of different colors, including gold and jade, and smiled. He never does any loss-making business. At his core, Wang Wei is a treacherous capitalist, so he will never let any opportunity to get more benefit from passing by him. The final result of this personality trait is this pool, which originated from the dream coins. The people using the dream world must condense the coins using their spiritual power, but where do the coins go after being used for purchase? Is this place? In the future, I will secretly gather endless spiritual power from cultivators and mortals from the entire lower dimension. After purifying them, I can absorb them to boost my soul and understanding, accelerating my cultivation. He smiled, thinking about his future smooth cultivation. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 964 Academy's response. Su Shi returned to the academy, where all the upper echelons waited for her arrival. They had already received the information from the court and needed to discuss how to proceed with the changes in the world. Everyone waited for Su Shi to sit on the main cushion, and they started the discussion as soon as she did. Headmaster, what do you think we should do? Tell me your thoughts first, said Su Shi. Firstly, we need to use all the settings to the fullest extent of their powers, said Song Li, the former headmaster. Our next development step should be cultivating high-level Heaven Chosen, no matter the cost. Because of the battle tower, they could tell the importance of geniuses to future generations. The Heavenward competition won't be only about the one chance at proving the Tao. It will also be a battle to gather luck and destiny from across the entire lower dimension. We can use the home setting and Xian to establish something similar to the Tao opening sect's Tao Heart Pagoda. It would be best to cultivate more young emperors. In the past, the world did not emphasize actively tempering the Tao heart, relying more on the inactive concept of Taoism, allowing cultivators to do it on their own until they reached the void-shattering realm. However, things changed in this generation after seeing how the current heavenly emperor became a young emperor after using the pagoda. This process will be easier and cheaper with the dream world's home setting. Before 15 years old, which is the age of cultivation, they can have their disciples and Heaven Chosens experience countless lives or samsaras, tempering their mind and Tao hearts. The simulation will accelerate the cultivation speed of our disciples and cultivate countless professions. It can also be used to test our and create new techniques, continued Song Li, and everyone nodded with him. In the future, the status of professions will either reach a new height or be lowered because of the number of professions. After all, once something is no longer rare or unique, it decreases in value. However, if the profession associations could take the opportunity when the court began its foreign expansion, they might escape such a fate. Finally, it's the battle tower. I do not need to say more since we can all guess how important this will be. The teachers nodded. A supreme battle for destiny. They will have to fight for the destiny of their faction, their world, and even the human race. We also have to consider the benefit the dream world has to our immortal powerhouses, said another teacher. As long as they are used appropriately, the Academy's overall strength will drastically increase. It's a shame that this fact is true for every faction in the world. Since we plan to cultivate more geniuses, should we unseal the sleeping ones? Asked a teacher. This question is not easy to answer. It's indeed a great opportunity to fight for the destiny on the list. However, doing so will also waste the effort of countless geniuses. The teachers began to discuss this topic. Some agreed to wake up these people, while others disagreed. Ultimately, they had to look at Su Shi to decide. They must awaken, she said. Any particular reason? Asked Song Li, who felt there were some secrets behind this. I minor in Karma Dao, therefore, I can condense a few drops of karma washing water. However, the Heavenly Emperor cultivated it as a primary Dao. Do you think he will use it as a reward for the Heaven Chosens in the list? It's the best way to lure foreign factions to wake up their genius and have them compete for the list. Su Shi has figured out some of the Heavenly Emperor's thinking. The latter only wants one thing: the prosperity of his Heavenly Emperor era. As such, the supreme battle of luck most involved every faction in the lower dimension. Additionally, it's also another way to counter the balance mechanism. That's true. If he wants to leave a large quantity of karma washing water to the Dao opening sect, the best way is to ensure his sect is not the only one benefiting from it, said Song Li as realization dawned on him. So who do we wake up? And how many of them? The answer to that question is not easy to answer, said Su Shi. We are the first to use the dream world, giving us an advantage. However, we have to compete with the losers of this generation's battle, along with a genius like Wang Tian. So, the competition will be fierce. The teachers frowned. This genius was an ultimate glorious age with one unparalleled genius after another. On top of that, most of them survived the final battle, meaning they could still participate in this feast of luck and destiny. In that case, we need to reanalyze our Heaven Chosens and decide who to awaken, said Song Li. I'll leave everything to you, nodded Su Shi before changing the topic. How are things going with our expansion in the lower realm? Finding other worlds is more difficult than they should, reported Song Li. So far, their academy has only found a few great thousand worlds and more than 10 middle thousand worlds, and that's even with Su Shi's power. How could there be so few? She asked. I suspect someone is purposely hiding them, replied Song Li, making an upward sign with his index finger. Don't make baseless accusations. I'm not. We have discovered branches of the Dao opening sect in half of the world we discovered. Su Shi frowned. So, he was long prepared. Yes, he probably had planned everything more than 100,000 years ago, replied Song Li with a deep sigh. Some people's lives are destined to be legendary, said Su Shi. Continue to find as many worlds as possible. Although I guess the court will assign the god positions in the lower realm, we can still increase our influence if we have branches in these worlds. I will. Su Shi nodded. How are things proceeding with gathering merit? We are still a bit short. If there were a task Song Li wanted to complete as soon as possible, it was to gather enough merit. By then, the Academy will have an official 9th Emperor. In that case, we will have to use Plan B, said Su Shi as she took out a dark purple orb. Is this really a good idea? Asked Song Li as he looked at the orb. Su Shi did not answer him. She spent a lot of effort to refine this pure primordial chaos chi, and her plan is to sacrifice it to Heavenly Dao for merit. The world once had chaos chi but never contained primordial chaos chi. As such, her plan will definitely succeed. However, there will also be consequences. The changes that will happen to the world may not necessarily be good for many people or factions. The times are changing, and we need to adapt, said Su Shi. Furthermore, the Heavenly Emperor cannot be the only one fundamentally changing the myriad Emperor world. Indeed, nodded Song Li. The academy must be one of the great powers of the new, upcoming world and cannot allow its old competitors to dominate everything. Headmaster, do you want to proceed now? Asked a teacher. He did not want to wait any longer for the academy to receive the luck and destiny of the 9th emperor. Now is not the right time, said Su Shi, shaking her head. The heavenly emperor is now in the limelight, so it's not a good idea to suddenly take it from him. She understood Wang Wei was not the kind of person to care about such triviality. However, such simple mindfulness acts can prolong the good relationship she had established with him and the Tao opening sect. Since it was simple for her to delay a while, why not do it, especially given the benefits? That's fine. They have been waiting for so long. So why not a few more years? Anyway, the moment the heavenly emperor gave them his blessing, it was a foregone decision that things would succeed. The next major change to the world should be the improvement of the origin system, continued Su Shi. We should prepare for this. The teachers nodded in agreement. The environment has recently changed, but many people have already felt the origin system was no longer perfectly suited for the current environment. As such, some people have begun to pursue their own cultivation system or looked at the one from ancient times. However, the top emperor lineages can deduce that the heavenly emperor would never allow another system to rise, as the Tao opening sect would lose the Tao Father destiny. So they were waiting for the update. Lastly, I will soon move to the court, declared Su Shi, and everyone concentrated on her. Some people wanted to advise her otherwise, but they soon realized it was inevitable for this generation's Eternals tier powerhouses to move to the court one day. Isn't it too soon? Asked Song Li. Time waits for no one. He sighed but did not say anything more. Meanwhile, the meeting soon ended, and Su Shi did not waste time entering the dream world. She wanted to use Zin's service. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know, report, so we can fix it as soon as possible. You're tuning in to the Legend of the Vagabond YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.